Welcome. City of Lamarque City Council Special Agenda of August 10th, 2023. Notice is hereby given that the City Council of the City of Lamarque, Texas will conduct a special meeting on August 10th, 2023, beginning at 10 a.m. Council chambers at 1109B Bayou Road, Lamarque, Texas, as well as via video conference hosted through Zoom. In accordance with section 551.127B of the Texas Local Government Code, the presiding officer and quorum of the Lamarque City Council intend to be and will physically be present at 1109B Bayou Road, Lamarque, Texas. This location will be open to the public, and a meeting will be broadcast at this location on Channel 16 and via YouTube. The meeting will be called to order for the purpose of considering the following agenda. The meeting has been called to order. As presider, I will give a roll call in Kiara's stead. The council member representing District A.
Present.
Council member representing District B is on an excused absence. Council member representing District C. Council member representing District D.
Present.
And I myself as mayor is present. Kiara, there are three of us present, two of us that are not present at this time. We'll move now to our invocation. Those three persons that are present are here with us physically. Those two that are absent are Mr. Compion and Mr. Carlson, for the record. And we'll move now to our invocation and pledge. We'll ask Councilwoman Yancey to lead us in our invocation, and Council Member Ross to lead us in our pledge.
We come to you this day, first of all, God, thanking you that we were able to rise up, put our clothes on, and come to City Hall. We thank you, God, for the ability to breathe, the ability just to live and to be free. We thank you for our democracy and our freedom in our country. We thank you for our city, the leaders, the staff, and the people that work so hard for Lamarque's success. We pray that we will be the city that you will be proud of. God, give us wisdom in this budget proceedings. Help us to make the best decisions for our residents. We thank you for the success that we've already felt. We thank you for the positive spirits and the can-do-it attitude of our staff. We pray a special favor and blessings over all of our staff and leaders and people that give up their time and energy to make sure we have a safe environment. And now, God, we ask that you show us the way. Give us mercy, God. We pray for our sick and our people that are not able to be here. We pray for peace. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Council. We now move to new business. Items presented to Council for discussion and possible action. 401, review and discuss proposed fiscal year 2023-2024 departmental budgets and all funds. Council, let's get reacquainted with where we should be today so that we can allow Mr. Garcia to proceed. I believe the first thing that we should bring clarity to is the 2022-2023 budget. As we last left off, I believe you said that we were about $180 some odd thousand in the red in actuality, and you were going to bring to us what your and I'm going to lay it out. So before you respond, there are things I want to lay out what the day is going to look like. So there are things that you said that you were going to adjust, and you were going to make sure that the budget will be balanced for this year, correct? The next thing that we need to look at is the adjustments that you made to the 41-cent proposed tax rate that I will be proposing on Monday, which is a tax rate that will generate no new tax revenue, which means there will be no new tax revenue for property tax owners in the city of Lamarque. And so you were supposed to make some adjustments to your proposed budget to fit that fiscal limit. And we are going to discuss those, and the council will at its liberty add to and detract from that to get to a balanced budget with you. And thirdly, the last of the day, we will go over again those certificate of obligation accounts, the actual amount of monies available in them, what they are used for, so that this council can reach consensus and give you direction on projects that this community wants with those funds. So we'll have all that done by the end of business today. That's what we endeavor to do. So let's back up and allow Mr. Garcia to share with us insights on this $180-some-odd-thousand deficit in this year's budget. Mr. Garcia.
Good morning, Mayor, Council. Give me one split second. Thank you. We just finished working on one previous change that occurred that we worked on throughout the evening. So if you allow us a chance to post that online, could you showcase it? Share that. And we're gonna share that. We're working on getting y'all printed copies.
Sure.
We just finished making some tweaks. While we pull that up, the estimated shortfall is not 180, just based on some of the estimate cleanups that we did. It looks like it's gonna be more closer to about $110,000 is closer to the shortfall. And those changes, the expectation to do that is once we do some more cleanups, as well as any hiring decisions that we would be tending to make before the end of the year, that those should be cleaned up pretty easily. I have no doubt that we're gonna end up with a balanced budget this year. Right now, just from some of the cleanups that we were able to do, we're roughly about $70,000 in a better position than we were 2 days ago, 48 hours ago. So right now we're down to about 110 and still have some other changes to do. Estimates are very hard this time of year. We can't estimate anything else that's going to happen as far as leaks or any other thing that may occur. But we feel very comfortable and confident that we'll be able to get to a stopping point of being at a break-even point, if not very, 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 very close to it. We're running into that stage, if not breaking even, hopefully in the black, not in the red. When I say very close, definitely not on the red side. So if that means certain setbacks or cutbacks that we have to do, maybe wait a week or two to set some certain hires, whatever it takes to make that happen, that's what we intend to do.
Okay, so you said that you reduced the amount of the estimated shortfall from 180,000 to 110,000 because
Roughly
roughly
110, yes, sir.
because you did some cleanups.
Some certain cleanups that were there, certain things that we not noticed.
What were those cleanups? Because certain we need to be.
So certainly,
Sure.
A lot of them had to do with a difference between where we expect revenues to lie this year. Just in the course of this past week, for example, we had 10 more housing permits that have come in, right? Those were not expected. That's a much higher input than it would have been. That's a much higher unexpected form of revenue. In turn, with the fact that we've got some other expenses that we don't foresee reaching right before the end of the year. So it's that careful balance between those two. And you'll get a revised copy of that here shortly. That we'll be printing out. It's actually up on the screen. Gabby, could you please go to page 8 for me? Yes. All right, could you blow that up a little bit, please? We've already printed this online. We're working on the printed copies now. You could just scroll up just a little bit and blow up a little bit more. Okay, and then if you notice that number there, the total expected revenue right now sits at 15,940. Excuse me. And if you scroll down a little bit under the expenses, it sits at 1,650. So we expect to be and that's where the difference of 110 sits. That before was 180. Excuse me, I'm so sorry. But the sneeze coming that never came. Sorry. Either way, that's roughly 110. is where that difference is of the 16,050,000 versus the number slightly above. JB, if you could scroll up a little bit. And I apologize not having this printout. We've just finished this stuff from the last 48 hours.
Okay, so this is a new printout.
This is gonna be the new one. It's already online for public view. But I just gotta physically get you
Okay.
the actual printed copy with all the backup, all 200 some pages.
No,
We're
So-
having some- we're
You
having
could
some
just
printed
give me
errors.
number 8. Can you just give me number 8?
Yes, sir, absolutely. We'll get you that. You want to just print page 8 there?
So Caesar,
There's 3 copies. Yes, sir.
here's the deal. As we try to move through and understand the numbers, this is a moving through understanding numbers exercise. There was a perceived $180,000 budget shortfall. You have cleaned up about 70,000 of that, and the way that you did it was through a revenue adjustment. So you said, I think that we're going to wait. Okay,
Yes, sir.
okay. You said that the way that I think that we are going to balance our budget is to raise the revenues. Now, I just want to put a pin there, which I understand that. And trust me, we're learning this together. So I hope we take that in the spirit. So I wanted to go back to something that I thought I heard from our developmental services department as it relates to revenue generation. And I want to be clear because I thought I heard it, but maybe I heard it wrong. So let's be clear. There appears to be roughly a $600,000 to $700,000 increase in the permits and fees license from last year's budget to this year's estimated budget. It's $1.4 million in the budget last year. This year's estimated revenue is 2.1 million. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it appears as though that line item grew, or we generated more than 600 some odd $1,000 in additional revenue. Okay. Was this a result of the council approving an updated list of fees, permitting fees, and things of that nature?
Yes, Mayor. Yes, Mayor. There's a combination of the increased schedule of fees as well as the slight influx, a slight uptake that we had in some permitting that has occurred ahead of schedule.
And then there were, so the other piece to that, if we put a pin in that, the other piece to that is somehow those things were offset. Those gains, even though we did not budget, the council did not budget for those gains because we did not guarantee that we were going to approve those, and we didn't know what the impact of those increase in fees would be. There was still an additional 600 some odd $1,000 gain. Now that was offset by a decrease in revenue in line items like courts, fines and fees, if you will, franchise fees, if you will. And so at the end of the day, those increases were kind of offset by some losses, basically, is what I'm trying to say.
Yes, sir.
Right. So where then, as we look critically at this adjustment, where then are we finding the increases? Where are you proposing we find the increases from where we are to 16,050,000? That's part one of the question. And part two, the suggestion is anytime, from my experience, anytime that an entity finds themselves in the red, they always want to cut something. So although we have possibly generated some money to bridge the gap, I believe the council, and I'm saying this to my colleagues, not to Caesar, because he does what we ask him to do. I believe it's good faith that we also find a way to make some cuts because we want to be fiscal stewards of the people's money. And anytime you're in the red, you should make downward adjustments as well as justifiable upward adjustments. Mr. Garcia.
Certainly, Mayor. Looking at several things here. One of the critical adjustments we've made is we have several positions that we were intending to hire here before the end of the fiscal year. There's at least one that we have decided that we're not going to hire, and I'll get into that and into this next year.
Okay.
That one would be a pretty significant savings throughout the year. So you'll see a slight downward tick as far as that's concerned. And that's in the area of fire. They do have one engineer position that's going to play a role in the QC QA position, working under EMS to tabulate some of these issues. Those duties are currently being absorbed by other in-house staff between deputy chief, EMS coordinator, and their admin staff, along with Chief Merriman. So that'll be one position that we can cease from hiring. In addition to that, there's also the expectation that although we are on the verge of hiring some folks here that we're excited to announce here soon, that there will be some downtime between the time that we announce it and the time that they begin, right? There's a natural downspin on that. So necessarily the cuts that we'll establish are going to be more based on whether your estimates are going to land after the fact, because we're not going to be able to hire these folks. Obviously now going back to date, August 1st, we won't be able to hire them by August 1st with 2 months left in the fiscal year. So once we clean those up, we feel very comfortable and confident that we'll be able to definitely meet this criteria. We have a lot of vacancies right now. We've also had some unexpected departures that it's obviously going to take us time to fill. So the biggest decrease, and I can't give you the exact numbers per area, but currently we're sitting on quite a few vacancies in our PD department. We had eminent hire who now is not going to be hired, so it'll take an extra couple of weeks. When you count all those little spots there, those will very quickly add up to cover and increase the 110. In addition to that, and I just got this email here, it looks like we may be able to increase that. And this is obviously after printed and after completion of what we have here. There's a possibility that permit license and fees will be even higher than the 2.1 that's shown here.
Say it to me again. You said you're making adjustments that, what now? Say that last part again.
Just as we've been sitting.
So but I guess I'm sorry, I should have clarified my question better. Are you speaking about the adjustments for this year's budget?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I got you. Thank you. Thank you.
So technically not an adjustment because we didn't know about it before, but
because it's been more.
It's more than what we expected, and even what we have calculated here.
Got you.
So when you see listed 2.112 under permits, licenses, and fees, that number is going to exceed 2.2. And even possibly higher. There's still 2 months, a month and almost 2 months left in the fiscal year. So there's a chance that maybe go higher.
Okay. Well, I would like that, and I think it'd be good for the council and for the community.
Certainly.
For us to have that in some sort of a 1-page image that we could put online, that we could put here for folks that are here, and that we can see something simple that you said some very positive things. You're adjusting the revenue upwards because there are new homes that are being built more than anticipated, and things of that nature. You're saying that you're deleting a position. You're saying you're delaying bringing on positions. So there are cuts and adjustments and revenues. Great, that's how you balance the budget. We get it. But now we have to take that, what you just said, which was really positive and really forward thinking, Now we have to take that and put that in a way that people can see and understand. That's the next step.
We'll make sure that we revise page 8 with those additional changes, some of which I just got while we're sitting here, and we'll have that for you.
And
shortly.
not only revise page 8, Caesar, but even what you just said. This is what we started at as a deficit as of right now. And these are the things that we are implementing to balance this budget. That needs to be its own document, because if not, they don't see what you just said in this. All they hear is that we're in a deficit and that's an issue. Somebody needs to be able to say to them in one document, just like you do at your kitchen table, this is how we balanced our budget at the city of Lamar.
We'll make sure that we do that, similar to what I've done for next year's
Right,
budget that
right,
I'm
right.
about to hand out when we get to that topic.
Okay. Council, I led off on this. Do we have any questions about this year's budget, the deficit that we thought we had, the readjustment, and now the city manager's adjustments to the current status of our budget?
For fiscal year
For this year, we are only talking about 2022, 2023, because we're trying to clarify what the health is of our finances. Hearing no questions, Ms. Yancey.
No, but
Oh.
I'm fine. I totally agree what the mayor is saying, because because there have been so many questions about the budget, and some clarity issues. I think that a page with that document that shows how this budget is balanced, and then everyone can pretty much articulate to know this is what we did as a result. But let me be clear, I think this shows the transparency of this council and why we're trying to make sure that everything is balanced. With the new software that we have, where we're showing the actual, the budget, the estimated, and the proposed, it's kind of made the budget even longer than it has been in the past. As far as what I've seen.
Right.
What I've been given in the past, the last 2 years. So, and that's a good thing, but it also shows the growth that we can even go back and make adjustments to what we're in right now. And I think it was a little confusing at first, because are we talking about the 2024? Or are we talking about the 23? What are we really talking about? So those are the texts that I've received from my constituency, at least 2, to say, which one are y'all talking about? I'm confused. So I thank you, Mayor, for wanting to clarify that and putting that in a document for 2023, the estimated budget for the calendar year that we're in right now, to show there is a balanced budget. Am I correct by saying that, Mr. Mayor and City Manager? That what we're talking about right now is 2023, the scrub sheet
Yes.
that we're talking about to say these adjustments were made to the current budget that we're in. That's what's going to be shown on the website, right? In addition to, once we finish getting the 2024 approved. So it does show that you can always go back within your budget. City government is a little different, right?
Right.
And so that's what Mr. Olsen was talking about, as far as living within what you said you're gonna do, or being willing to go back to adjust. But what we're saying is, we're sticking to the same budget for what we approved on those other amendments we made. But this is the cuts that we're gonna go ahead and make, to make sure that balance, that budget, 2023 was balanced. Am I correct by saying that? Okay.
Right. And we know to clarify that Caesar's making those cuts, and we're approving them as council.
Certainly.
I
also want to,
Councilman Carlson just joined, so I need him to state his address for the record.
Welcome, Michael.
Welcome, sir. My address is 208 Washington Street, Mosier, Oregon.
Thank you, sir. Michael, we're discussing the 2023 budget, the one that we are currently in. The city manager has just shared with us his plan to cut the potential $180,000 deficit to ensure that we have a balanced budget September 30, 2023. And so we were
Thanks, sir.
discussing that. Ms. Yancey was making some comments along those lines. Ms. Yancey, will you finish?
Thanks, sir.
so to give any sense of comfort that I want everybody to walk out of here with, the budget will be balanced by end of year.
Sure.
Okay. You can definitely expect that, barring, God forbid, any emergencies that occur, you will have a balanced budget. And if an emergency does occur, that's also covered from a different area. So I have little doubt that will happen. Also, I just want to remind us too, since we're looking at the same page here, could you go back and share that same page again on there? We are coming off of a significant occurrence that happened to the city of Marque within the 2022-23 year, essentially, which was the rollback that was unexpected. If you look at those numbers of what the actual was in 2022, what the budgeted amount was, and where we're expecting to end, with the difference being the fact that we made some significant additions this year. We added staff, we gave our, we competed with our CBA, completed those actions, and this is the first full year of execution that we've had through that, as well as the fact that we hired more people than we anticipated throughout the year, which is a good thing, right? We still have some vacancies to fill. Nonetheless, please understand that those positions, that this budget will be balanced, and that $110,000 difference will be taken care of prior to your final budget presentation, and obviously prior to September 30th, which is our deadline to get that done. So we will operate within those lines. Historically, the city has operated below its means and will continue to do so.
Thank you. Council, any more questions? Michael, do you have any questions on the status of the current fiscal year's budget? Michael? Is he muted? Hearing none, let's move forward. Now that leads us to the item of the day, the 2023-2024 budget. And where we left off was the challenge was to reduce the revenue to meet the 41-cent tax rate that I've proposed this council and this administration work with this year.
Thank you, Mayor. I have some handouts for you that describe our plans to do so. Obviously, we still need to add it to the formal package, but I want to hand those out. Did you hand those to me? Pick this up. So we go. As we find the document to share on the screen for those joining from afar, you have a printed copy, as well as those that are here and joining us in person. These will also be posted online for anybody that would choose to view these items. Okay. And I do apologize, bear with me. I'm feeling a little ill, but we're going to fight through this here. So the challenge was given to reduce the property tax to the 41-cent value, which essentially it would be an additional 3.5 cents beyond the 1 cent we were already proposing in the original budget. That constitutes to an amount of $651,249 that we would need to cut. That's that first number that you see in the yellow column. So that's where we need to cut. And if you notice on the notes to the right, we show a tax rate reduction from 45 cents to 41 cents. And obviously there's decimal points behind it, but we're just summarizing what the points are. We were at 45 with some decimals, obviously, as is depicted through the tax worksheet, getting to that 41 with the decimals, which is the non-new revenue rate that Mayor mentioned. As you notice, some of the additions that we had, we adjusted first and foremost. The first adjustment that was made was $150,000 that's shown on the sales tax. We squeezed. We felt comfortable and confident with this number. We could have squeezed more. However, there's just an unknown. So we did squeeze with confidence in doing so. But we did find the deficit in other areas. That's the comfort level I wanted to have. I don't want to give you a number that I don't feel comfortable that we're going to meet. So I wanted to give you that number and hopes that the efforts of our EDC and development services with all things that are coming pike down this next fiscal year, if they come to fruition, that we were able to reach that number. Next highlight down below is an addition of $200,000 in expected revenue that we are adding on to our permits, licenses, and fees. That is just a summed up, summary of all the different increases that we talked about, whether it be in the billboard or whatever those are, in addition to any additional revenue. So that's where those numbers are coming from. So that's your permit adjustments. And that's just incorporating all the permits there together in one. Excuse me, next line below. We have challenged our police department, our court department to work together to make sure that we do have the proper amount of contacts that match our growing population. With that, we're looking to increase that number by $150,000 to the tune of $585,000 for the year, which is very much in line and a very attainable number that we feel we could reach based on historical data where we were before, when the contact numbers have historically been higher. So that would be that increase there. The last increase in revenue shown is the $50,000 that we're looking to institute with the fire and EMS fees that we felt comfortable with. We felt 100 was too high. We decided to meet halfway at 50. So that's that 50 for the fire inspection adjustment. If you look at that number down below, the revenues are roughly $101,000 still off. So from that goal of 651, after looking at the adjustment of revenue, we're still $101,000 off away from where we wanted to be. Then we go down to some of the cuts that we made from the expenditure side. The fire EMS side, that negative 136,395 that we show there. That amount is shown in the 3 captains. Instead of starting them on October 1st, pushing them back to January. So the 3 fire captains, we just have to, we waited this long with one-man engines. We hoped for the safety that we can still get that done by that January date. So that's pushing that back slightly. And then there's the addition that we talked about from the dice that we had not included in the previous round, but obviously we need to add what was that new code officer, but because of the constraint, adding that officer at the 6-month mark. So that would be April, would be the 6-month mark. So April 1st would be the goal date to add there. So overall, your net just from those 2 pages brings you relatively close to where we needed to be. And then to make up the difference, if we could flip the page there, if you don't mind. If there's no questions there on that.
Yeah,
First.
there.
Another question.
Go ahead, Michael.
Now with the numbers that you're proposing, is that with all of the packages being approved or none of the packages being approved that the departments?
Right now, none of the packages being approved. This is not inclusive of any of the packages. We were not in a position to present any of the packages at this time. Whatever packages or anything that was included in that, that we could absorb through the actual budget was done so already, which was in that other column of that shortfall that we had, but the majority of those packages are not included in this budget.
Okay, none of the packages or a majority of them? Because you earlier said none of the packages.
So on the capital side of that summary that we presented, on the capital side of that equated to about $9 million, that includes none of those. None of the capital ones that were shown on that side.
Okay, so it could actually be more of a deficit if we approve some of those packages.
That would be correct. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Excuse me, to answer Mr. Carlson's question. In the proposed budget, some of the packages were included in the proposed budget. Personnel, and I have it on a separate list.
Okay, but with this, what we're seeing now, that's what I'm trying to ascertain.
Hold on
Is
one
this
second,
with the
Councilman.
packages?
Let me get you the sheet that shows that so we can go over which ones are included and which ones aren't. If you give me just a second to pull it up. I gotta tell you which one so you can see what it looks like.
Because I know two departments are asking for over $1 million of packages.
If we go back to our summary of our request packages that we looked at on Tuesday to answer Councilman Carlson's question. If you look at this page here,
Make me a copy of that one. I don't have that.
you don't have this one with you.
Don't
Okay.
mind.
Can I get a copy of that, please?
Yes, sir. We'll make sure it gets emailed to you ASAP here. Give us 1 second. We'll also share it on the screen.
Yeah,
for-
because that was, I think I had that in my first budget book.
Yes.
Yeah. Mhm.
What we did with that column, with that is we separate everybody's packages into three total columns, three total columns of request. There was personnel, capital, and other. A large part of the ones from the other column were included. Some that we were able to squeeze in from the personnel column have been included. But from the capital column, a lot of those requests did not make it into this round of capital request. And I'll show you what we have here on the screen here shortly. It was on there. Councilman Carlson, just so I can pull it up and have copies for everybody, do you mind if I come back to that?
That's fine. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Got it. No, it's the other one. It looks just like that, but it's the other one. Probably just one more page off, one more link off. Apologies, if we can go back to the other document that I just handed you, the 3-page document there. Or, I'm sorry, Mayor, I believe you had questions before we moved on. I know Councilman Carlson had a question, but you had some questions as well. I apologize.
Yeah.
I don't think you can legally conduct business, you have free or.
Yeah. What are you saying, Kara?
Oh, I was like, we just can't, like.
We can't vote.
Yeah.
We can
Excuse me.
continue to discuss. We just can't take action.
Yes,
Yeah. You can continue to discuss, you just can't take action. Where did Ms. Yancey go?
Mayor, let me dispute that. You have to have a forum to have a council, and this is a council meeting, even if you discuss the business. You have to have a forum to conduct council business. And they're conducting council business when they're discussing public business. Yeah.
Yeah, what we're gonna do, James, what we're gonna do is, would you like to ask questions now? Okay,
I got a question, but. I just
Right.
don't know if y'all get it, but-
right, that's what I'm asking. Would you like to ask your questions now?
Yeah, good, but is that gonna?
Because the council isn't speaking.
I'm not gonna ask questions, I just want to.
Go ahead.
I want to try to get y'all caught up on something, Keith, Mayor. On this budget, there's something to keep in mind now. On permits, license and fees. The proposed budget is $2,203,000. Okay. This year, through 7 months of this year, y'all, the city's taken in 3,949,000. Up to the 7 months, you're gonna be $1,837,000 over what you proposed last year.
Mr. Olsen, I don't believe that number to be accurate, that $3 million that was reported by
Well,
staff earlier.
you know, that's another problem we have.
council can't make decisions without accurate numbers.
That's why I'm presenting those
But
accurate numbers.
this here says that's what they've collected, Cesar. That y'all collected this on permit fees on game rooms, plan views, when you add it all up, and this is y'all's numbers through 7 months, this is what you've actually taken in. I'm not counting what you, the next 2 months. I'm going by what you said y'all have taken in. And that's why I said the last time when at one of the budget meetings, I said, how can you be 1.5 million over when you took in almost 2 million more just in one department? Plus you've had a lot of vacancies that you had money left over in. That's it's just the numbers don't add up. And just this one line item right here, you're estimating you're only going to take in 2,403,000. There's almost $2 million more that you've already taken in this year over that right there now. Does that make sense? I'm going by your numbers because that's all us citizens can go by. I'm hoping y'all give us something pretty close, and it puts the council in a bad place.
So which numbers are correct? I guess that's the question. Which are the most correct numbers?
The $2.3 million that we projected that we're going to have is the estimate where I feel comfortable telling you right now, based on what I have knowledge that I have personally seen. When I see that and I see something different that I can stand behind, then I will let you know differently. And this entire council know differently.
So
I would love nothing more than to.
So
I
you
don't have
can't
the answer to that question
So
right now.
what you're saying is you can't really stand by this number, but
Not-
you can, but you,
Not until I can put my.
but
eyes
you
on
give it out to the public and to the council.
Yeah, Susie,
That's,
can you find out?
Yeah,
I'm
that's-
sorry, Mayor.
yeah, go ahead.
Can you find out the correct numbers for that? As Director of Finance, we need those numbers to be correct. Can you let us know what are the correct numbers for that particular line item?
Yeah.
you get that?
I'm sorry, but I'm not able to see what Mr. Osteen is pointing to. Which line item is that, Mr.
Susie,
Osteen?
what we're talking about is year-to-date collection of permits, fees.
Right.
Building permits?
Permits
What kind of
like-
permit fees?
So the packet that was presented when we first got the budget book, on that particular graph, it actually says 3 million, I
On
think
a graph?
3,128,000.
yeah, 3,128 on a graph that was given it to us for the very first work. And remember, this is a workshop. We're just scrubbing the numbers.
Right.
And so Councilman Osteen is basically trying to solidify what is the correct number. Is the number 3 million or is the number 2 million? Because he's just trying to help us to find, to propose the best number.
Okay.
So to
Right.
help us to get
But-
and Cesar has, our city manager has the a number. We just want to make sure that it's as close as possible.
Okay, if it's
Plus-
pertaining to
Plus
a
the game
graph,
rooms.
Plus the game.
That's
right,
almost $1 million.
right.
okay,
We just want a little clarity and that number may be correct. Cesar may be actually right. It's just because the packet before says something different. That's it. Is that all
Yeah,
right?
you're fine. You're fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
if it's the graph, could it be a category of revenues versus a certain line item? That's what I'm trying to understand. If
So,
it's a category, yeah, the numbers will be bigger because it includes different revenues
okay.
line items within the same category.
So
The graph is probably the category.
Okay, so in the packet that was given to us by Development Services, it has 3,159,28. So and that's and from what I understand is permits, inspections. Does it say game rooms? Because all I see is permit, inspections, and plan reviews.
Okay, if it's something generated from another department, I can't answer that because I don't know all the nuts and bolts going on, how the calculations came about.
Mayor, Council,
Oh.
Ms. Susie, and we've worked tirelessly on this budget book.
Mhm.
We're not going to represent anything that neither her 37-year reputation nor mine are we going to put on the line that we don't stand 100% behind accuracy. If we find something else, we'll be more to do it. But as of date of all this, the research that we have done, these are the numbers that we're presenting to you. So unless there's something different that Miss Susie sees different, that she tells me differently, I am not going to present anything different than what's on there. Miss Susie, under the line where it says permits, licenses, and fees, the budgeted amount that we budgeted was 1.47. We're estimating to be at 2.1. Do you have any reason to believe that it's going to be any significantly higher than that besides the amount increase that we talked about from our final review last night?
Okay. Was it, so this is wrong then? And that's basically what I'm trying to get to.
I'm not saying it's wrong until I can verify that those numbers are there. It is inclusive. It's not in our budget book.
Okay.
So are we, at that point, we're going to certainly look forward to an update. Ms. Yancey, thank you for that. The good news is that you are now working with a 41-cent tax rate. But I have several other questions, and certainly, Caesar, this is budget season. And it's been a rough one for you. I get it. But we have to represent the people of Lamar.
Absolutely.
So you're working now with a 41-cent tax rate, 4.5-cent tax cut. Last year, Caesar, our budget, according to the document that you handed out, was $15.5 million. Is that correct? According to your document?
Yes, sir. 15,546. Yes. Sir.
Okay. Which is fine. We're just I'm trying to get you to understand what the people are seeing and what they want explanation for and what the council has to decide about. So then when you look at even now your revised budget, after taking into consideration what council has requested, you're at $17.4 million of revised budget, even though you're still at 41 cents, right?
Yes,
So
sir.
that looks like a roughly almost a $2 million increase in the budget.
Yes, sir.
So practical kitchen table economics says if we have a $2 million increase in our budget, what new things are we getting for those $2 million extra dollars? Even though we're not paying anything else for it, the city is still getting more revenue. So now you're working with 2 million extra. We, the community, is working with 2 million extra dollars. What are you proposing happens with those 2 million so the council can then represent the community and say, yes, we like that, or no, we don't like that. The community wants other things. If we want to spend 2 million, the community may say, we don't want to spend $2 million more dollars. Or the community may say, we want to spend, if we're going to go with this $17 million budget, we only want 1 million in improvements and in salary improvements, and we want y'all to commit another million to street repairs. They may say that.
Very true.
Right? So we got to get down to what did you put in that $2 million so that this council can then go about representing the community. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Mayor, to answer that question, if you could flip to page 3 of the document that I've just given you.
Page 3 of the document that you just given us. Thank you, sir.
I was going to finish 2. I'll come back to page 2. Page 3 showcases in a nutshell what those are. If you remember, we reached a collective bargaining agreement for our police and fire. This year's stage of that collective bargaining agreement shows an increase for police of 5% COLA, an increase for our fire of 7% COLA. That's what those major jumps are for there. You have a 2% COLA that's being slotted for all other city employees. There's also been numerous requests for salary adjustments that have been made throughout the fiscal year. We've allocated some funds there. That's the 4th bullet point. New positions being added under my office would be the public affairs assistant, the project manager, the IT technician. We have growing IT needs. We talked about that. Kyle requested 4 bodies. He's only getting 1 between facilities and technician under this proposed budget. We've added 3 fire captains at approximately $250,000. That is an added expense to the budget. We've had the need for more assistance for the city clerk's office. We also unfroze that position that was frozen last year for the deputy city clerk. That's obviously reflected in this budget. You've got the rest of the software that we're incorporating for our agendas, so we can have less mishaps than what we've had in the past. Our Municode software, Zoom software, and obviously reducing the actual tax rate. That's what's a summary of what those things are. The bullet points in the second half are a summary of what the previous 2 pages are essentially saying of how we're going to get there, but still meet those new additions. So a good majority of this has also been, I'll keep in fact that last year, due to the rollback, the new positions we added most of them mid-year. Well, we're gonna have to eclipse a full year of those being on the budget this year. So for example, we went from a code team of 3 to, a team of 4, technically 5, that we're trying to expand to 6 so we can address the growing code needs. In addition to some of the other additions that were made last year, your deputy fire marshal, some of the additions that we made all throughout. We added 6 police officers to last year's budget, even though they're on our grant. We still need to budget for those that were not, represented for the beginning of the year. A lot of those expenses are being accounted through those facets.
Question, the salary adjustments totaling $150,000 for general and $70,000 for the utility fund, are those adjustments targeted at the equipment operators in that position?
They're included in that, yes, Mayor. The equipment operators are targeted towards those increases being, they're, I have to break down the numbers, but yes, they're included as part of that.
Caesar, what's the breakdown of this? I'd like to see at some point after lunch a breakdown of these additions. What each one of them will cost, because
Certainly.
we're talking about $2 million,
Mm-hmm.
and COLA for city employees is about 250,000. And I see that as your largest adjustment. And here's the other thing, I think, and just my opinion, and I'll push this with council. I'm really not in the mindset of adding at this point with how things have transpired, adding any new positions to the city manager's office outside of some sort of a deputy city manager to help supervise, because regardless of the circumstances, the span of control for your office with new departments has reached your limit. That's clear. And so I am in favor of adding some sort of deputy city manager's position that the council can discuss job functions and how that person fits in our system at a later date. But this is a budget. Certainly we ought to look at earmarking that. The rest of it, Caesar, where I'm having heartburn, and again, it's the people's money. Those positions I think need to really not be there. I think that'll save us money. I think that those captain's positions in the fire department are vital, because we have an entire station and an entire several apparatus here. The city has assets here on this side or on the other side of our community, and we need to have persons that we know are trained and compensated to not only prevent and protect us in fire and other emergencies, but they also have to be, if they're captains, if they're supervisors, they also have to be faithful stewards of city assets, and we have to charge them with that, and we have to compensate them for that. And so that's important that we have people responsible for apparatus, and people that are appropriately trained and compensated for apparatus and assets, as well as their response in our community. The IT tech, certainly I'm willing to understand that better. I believe that Ms. Nance probably needs one other person. I don't know if that she has the space for 1.5. I didn't understand that. Down here, it looks like a typo at the bottom. It says tax rate at 45. I think that should be 41.
No, that goes to the bottom.
So,
Oh, that's at the bottom. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. I don't have a problem with the numbers that you presented as far as revenue adjustments. Some of them may be a conservative, but I commend you for meeting us, in the middle, outside your comfort zone. I get that. Here's my main problem, or my main area, and I want to go back to emphasize it. It's the area of unfortunately, Caesar, and I don't mean this in any harmful way.
Sure.
It's the city manager's office. That budget ballooned from 377,000 proposed to $611,000. And that's just too much growth too fast. In light of all of the different adjustments we've had to make during this budget process. So
if I may, Mayor.
Yes, sir. Go
One large portion of that increase is the fact that we're moving JB over, so that moves over as well, as far as his position and so forth. So that's a large part of that increase that's listed. So moving him over is that. The other two additions were to get him some assistance, which was, obviously something that council seemed to support during the budget workshop process, and to get myself some help in knowing that we may not be able to afford somebody to come in to be a deputy city manager at this time. So, but like you said, it is the people's money, and we'll accommodate.
So watch this, and this is just quick reference, Caesar. So JB is moving over from where?
From IT.
From IT. So you're telling me that your budget, part of that $300,000 is JB moving over,
Yes,
correct?
sir. Yes, sir.
So then, when I look down at the IT line item,
Mhm.
I see $492,000 budgeted last year, and I see $599,000 budgeted this year, which suggests to us at surface level, it's only $100,000 increase. But then you just said JB was moved over, which means that it's more than $100,000 increase. And so my point remains valid. It's 2 to 3, at least, just with my eyeballs, $100,000 worth of new salary, wherever it is.
Part of that increase was inclusive of salary for a new IT person, but also some growing IT needs that we had, that requests that were made for us to mobilize our staff more. Software costs that have gone up exponentially through that side, growing facility needs as well. So a lot of those are designated to come out of that area. But again.
So I would be looking, Caesar, I'm going to be looking at how we can trim monies from some of those positions that were being suggested that are created in some of these departments. And I'm going to be working with council to see if we could perhaps reduce the tax rate even more, or possibly redistribute those monies to a different area. We cannot continue along the lines of adding new staff if we're not being fiscally responsible with the monies we have. That's what people think. That's what they think. They think you have not you, but anybody, any person who's not shown fiscal responsibility does not deserve more fiscal assets and resources. That's what people think. And regardless of how things are, and regardless of all of the challenges, and we appreciate them, we really do, and I do. We have to realize how people are thinking. And that means that we have to represent that, Caesar. So we got to make sure that we are cutting where we can cut, especially with some of these people that are not even here yet, some of these positions that you propose to create, if they are not vital and they cannot be proven to be a vital part of our operation. I think this year, those monies are better served, again, council, in maybe reserving those, maybe earmarking those for extra street repair. Depends on how much we find, but I'm just telling you, my sense is we gotta make sure we go back over some of those new positions. Caesar, I'm gonna step back and let council provide their comments. I would like those list of cuts that you made, I'd like to have dollar figures next to them. And again, sir, I do understand that this is a difficult budget. It's a difficult budget season when we come off of a rollback, when we come off of monies that we were given from the federal government, and new permitting fees. Things are changing around here. And we want to make sure that the people are understanding actually everything that's actually happening. And so we want to slow down. And so they feel comfortable. And so until they feel comfortable, that's the stance that I'm going to take. Council, Ms. Yancey, Mr. Ross, Mr. Carlson, y'all have anything that y'all want to add or a question?
So on this sheet where you have reduced street maintenance by 125,000, is that, and street maintenance is the issue. Are we going to take that from maybe one of the CO bonds? Is that what we're saying? Why we're reducing that? Since we found out now that we have those monies left over for that.
So that $250,000 that we added there for additional street improvements was new, that I had added to the budget. That was part of the $2 million that had been added.
Okay.
With the challenge that I was met where we were told to cut to 41 cents, I did have to cut that, slightly.
Right.
And then to see another method of doing that.
So we are going to try to do that.
It's just not right now, unless, without going to the bond side, without going that or any other funds that we would do that with. The idea would be to do some of those repairs. But keep in mind that as a city, we should be allocating funds, which apparently never has been allocating funds every single year for street
sure.
maintenance.
Right.
City our size should probably be putting in the vicinity of 500,000 to $1 million a year in street maintenance to protect all of our streets.
Well, that's something that I want to look at, because we want to be able to know when are we going to get those streets fixed the next calendar year, and by what, because that's an issue for me.
$250,000 wasn't going to fix all the streets that we have on that
Right.
CIP that we brought you.
That's why.
We need more like maybe $8 or $9 million to start.
Well, I'm talking about two particular streets that are horrible in my district. That's Jefferson and Brown. And that's something that I would like that to be on our list in the next 12 months to do, because they have been screaming for it for years. Kind of the same thing with Edgar. Remember, they had been screaming for years. And if we do have the monies left over from some of the bonds that went towards particular street projects, then I think that's what I want to be able to say, hey, Jefferson and Brown, we're gonna use that funds for that. If that's how I do think with by getting a deputy city manager that will help in in the city manager's office. And I think that will allow the public assistant position, the PR position, to function properly. Because right now he's been able, that position has been expanded to do a lot of other things. And I think once you get a deputy, that will help that position to stay truly PR, right? The project manager, I think we need to get creative, because the College of Mainland may have funds where they could help allow us to have an intern, right?
We have the college intern as part of the city manager's budget. We added some monies in there to provide.
No, they will provide the money. That's what I'm saying.
My understanding is they will match.
Okay.
that we'll meet them halfway, then they'll try to get some folks, and that's why we put those dollars in.
So that's already in there?
That's in it's for your
So-
consideration.
Okay, but so that's not, is that the project manager position?
No, sir, no, ma'am.
Okay, so what I'm proposing is making that an intern position through the college, since it's already in there. Since you say that's already in there. And so you can eliminate that and you can, and that can, because I'm trying to help you get what you need that you think is that would help get the job done more efficiently. And just trying to, if we can do an intern project manager position, and then that way you're grooming someone. The college has, they do that with community and schools. They've done that with AmeriCorps. They've done those type of things before, and that may be something we can do in order to eliminate. But then at the same time, give you what you need in that office without touching the budget so much so. You see what I mean? So, and as far as the, I know in that department with Kiera for the for the city clerks, I am advocating for full-time and half-time. I think we do need it. I think 2024 is going to be bananas. And I think we need to be prepared for it. So I do think we need to have a full person and a half person for that. Now the increased sales tax, you only increase it by 150,000. Is that being real conservative or too conservative? Or should we increase that more?
Councilman Yancey, just based on what historically we've done,
Uh-huh.
and even though we outperformed that slightly this past year as far as our assumptions, we doubled. Like our current calculation is
Uh-huh.
more than double of what we normally would have put.
Okay.
I am slightly cautious of increasing that way too much more. The objective that was given was get to the 651 to get us to the 41 cents.
Right.
And I wanted to put something that I knew that we could put our name on, that we were sure to do it. I met
Right.
extensively with staff on it, including both development services and the EDC that were part of the
Mhm.
meeting. We put something on there that we felt we were
Pretty confident.
comfortable and
Okay.
confident that we'd be able to meet, God willing.
So I still want to get that clarity with the game room versus 3 million versus the 2. Based on, and I know this was the first one you gave us. This is we got the first week.
That was
Yeah.
that was a report prepared by
Right.
development services.
And so, and now that we're, workshopping, scrubbing it, I just want to make sure that we know what that number is projected, what we project it to be. So that we can know what we're really working with. I commend you though on finding out the numbers for the CO bonds and the leftovers, because that is going to make a difference. My background being in education and staffing, I do know how important it is to make sure you have enough staff to do the quality of work. Right, we've been so concerned with quantity because we've had so much to do, but now I think we need to shift to the quality, right? Of what, so that we can be even more proficient in what we're doing. So I understand you trying to do that in the city management office, because that's what was necessary. Before you came, we had 3 people, right? And they were,
Total of 5.
yeah, so we need, and today we have what, 2? With a growing city.
2.5 years. Ma'am.
Right, so that's what we need to hear from you. Like 3 years ago, y'all had 5. Today, y'all have 2.5. Same thing like we were saying with Kiara. She had 1 before they had 3.5. So we need to hear those comparables, right? Because we are a growing city. We do want to be conservative, but if we can find it in other ways, then let's do that. And then we come back to what Councilman Olsen said about, checking the budget as we go, which is what we're supposed to do to make sure we're within those limits, right? But we have found, and this is, I was telling a resident that's been watching, I said, Marque is in better shape now than she's ever been. Let's just be honest. She is. And I've been here, let me say this, for 27 years in this area, doing church work, nonprofit work, living here, working here, all of that. And so we are in a good shape, and we just want to make sure that we continue on that road and make sound decisions. I do hear you though. And so Mayor and to the fellow council, there are some things I think that we do need to be fair about as we cut taxes, because that's the climate that we're in. about cutting taxes, but we also need to make sure that we are giving our staff what they need to be successful, especially with a growing city as ours, which does not seem to be stopping that growth. All right, I'm done.
Very good. James?
No need to beat a dead horse.
Michael?
Nothing on my end.
I'll end this part of our discussion with, I will push back again on this idea that we use trending to generate a sales tax projection. And I'll do it by asking this question. Anybody in the room wants to answer?
I'm sorry.
This trend, there's an idea.
Oh, trend.
There's an idea that we use trending to give the best estimate that we can give on sales tax.
Okay.
That's been said. And I think that's frustrating to hear. Because I know that when I ask this question, nobody in this room will know the answer. What's the average amount of sales tax Amazon generates for a community our size?
For community our size.
Yes, yearly, annual. What's the average? What's that trend? Just waiting. We don't know. Because we haven't done the due diligence. And in as diplomatic way as I can, I'm trying to say we need to do more homework
On the sales tax.
on all of this.
So.
What I will do is I'll fight for the people of Lamar.
Mhm.
I'll fight for them and I'll fight for their tax dollar. And I want to make sure I'm doing this as patiently as possible. I will not support any increases in the city manager's office except for a deputy city manager to help with supervision.
Right.
I believe that Ms. Nance has suggested to us that she only needs, and we can debate that. I get it. You know, we can add the other council members in, one person. I get that you think she needs more. We can talk about that. But the rest of this, I think we do need fire captains. But the rest of these things, I think really need to be toward our public works department and repairing many of these broken streets that we have. And that's the problem. People don't want to see more staff. They want to see more improvements in services and streets.
That's true.
And I'm going to fight for that. Regardless, no disrespect, Mr. Garcia. This is business. Any further questions? We are at. Yes, I'm sorry, James, you did ask to speak. Again, as always, there are members of our community here with us, and we're allowing them to ask questions. Name and address as always.
James Osteen, 2012 Gerald Donna. I'm trying to help y'all with this budget as much as I can with the information I have here and that y'all have. Okay. If y'all remember, I brought it to y'all's attention at the last budget meeting. This was off $269,000.
Right.
Okay. I'm looking here at they're proposing that you're gonna have
Mr. Olson, what page number are you looking at?
huh?
Can you tell us the page number there?
It's page 24.
Thank you, sir.
The proposal was $5,719,170 in sales tax. With this year, what they're proposing here is $5,301. It's off 400 and something thousand.
I'm sorry, James. Tell me where you were before. Show me, please.
They broke this out. They didn't.
What number you're back here? You're here? Okay, I got you.
Enough money.
I got you.
Which is.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, if you go by this here, and they kind of have to use this to base your budget, I understand that. If they use the $5,569,107, if they use that to base this budget, they're gonna be off $267,000 because you're not gonna have that much money. Because you didn't give enough to the EDC, the half-cent sales tax. That's what this
Oh, that's
mistake
what
was.
Mhm.
Okay, so if we basing our budget off, that's what we should be basing our budget off, that we think we're gonna take in as sales tax next year. When I look at this, that's what I'm gonna go by. Not 500 and not 5,719,000. If you look at the trend, they were real close last year,
Right.
real close. Maybe $50,000 they was off. But just right here, if you take this and this, that's $417,000 difference. Oh, yeah, $417,000 difference. And that stuff y'all need to look at, because it'll catch you at the end of the year. I don't know what you based your 57 or your 5,719,000 off of, Cesar, because here you're saying this is what you're gonna take in,
Right.
estimating. So if you want to be safe, that 5,719,000 may be a little high.
Yeah. And because you've adjusted these numbers, the page he's looking at is gonna be slightly off. Because you've adjusted it, correct? Because that's the old page.
Correct.
Right.
It's just, I don't want it to sneak up on y'all.
Right.
Yeah.
And but because that's the old page.
So,
And this
Mr.
is the-
Osteen, what you're basically saying is that we're estimating sales tax to be too high?
Yes. If I go by this, because here, it's not me. This is what y'all estimated.
Mhm.
The first time you gave it to the council, this is what you're estimating, 5,300,000 and,
Right, but you've made the revision since then, correct?
but what did you make your revision off of to get to
I'm-
increase this by 400,000?
I'm asking Kyle to share this on the
Am
screen.
I making sense, Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna share, I just emailed it to Kyle, give it a second to go through the system.
And,
Wanna share the
and
latest
don't
sales tax?
forget that money we got coming in for the Republic, that's close to 700 and something thousand,
And that's not in here.
and that's not even in here.
Mhm.
So, you know,
And Mr. Osteen, this is Suzie, if I may, let me explain about this chart. First of all, the sales tax history chart, this is not it's not my favorite chart. There is another chart that I normally give to EDC monthly. That I think paints a more accurate picture of the sales tax, the actual sales tax money in. This chart here, okay, prior years from 2005 through 2023, actually 2022, we can give you the actuals for these columns, like the EDC. Let's go ahead and zoom into EDC, just for discussion purposes only, trying to bring my point. 2024, I have no actuals. I can't. It's not even here yet. I have no choice but to use what's budgeted. And in the past, traditionally, EDC always wanted to be super conservative, budgeting the sales tax number. And I respect that. That's okay. They don't want to, to inflate the numbers to reality. That's fine. That's their call. And I normally, when I don't have an actual revenues number, I have no choice but to use the budget numbers, which, because their conservatism approach, super conservatism approach, then that drives that number down. Now, yes, if you look at prior years, it was actual revenues that was being used. That's because there was an actual. The future time, you can't have an actual, right? That's the law of time. So 2023, you don't even have the real actual either, but at least you have the majority of the current year. So that's closer to reality than 2024, which cannot happen. The time is not here yet. Okay, so back to your point, what you pointed out. Well, this $1,500,000 EDC, it's that much, and you take it like an actual. Yeah, of course, you're gonna have general funds budget being off if you look at the total, the whole total. That maybe we should not include 2024 in there if that's how you want to look at it, because that would be misleading. That's why that's not my favorite chart, because it's not really painting a picture that meets your objective, relying on it. I had no other, this chart was already in place, I don't know for how long, over 10 years. Okay. All I can say is I feel the EDC portion with $1.5 million for 2024 is not as realistic as the general fund portion. Now, I had control over that, but usually the EDC just chose to stay very conservative. And I go along with whatever EDC wanted as far as budget is concerned. So that's all I wanted to say. It's not apples to apples.
Yeah, and Susie, let's be clear so that the council can give direction on this and so that we can stay within the bounds of the charter.
That's right.
I believe
And
it's council's job to set the budget and it's
Now,
job
if
to
you-
project.
right.
It
And if
means the
you want to
council-
rely on sales tax, I would suggest using this chart on the screen than the chart that's in the budget book. Now, you know, if now that everyone relies on it, with that objective, maybe it's not a good idea to include that in the budget book then, because I can't do anything about it if it's not the time, it's not here yet. All we have is just budget information. We do not have any realistic information when the time is not here yet. Okay, this is a more reflective of true revenues that we actually received, regardless of budget. Now that's facts. And I'm more of a factual person. Okay, the budget is a plan. You may or may not reach your goal. It's a plan. So to rely on something that is a plan, that has never been my style. I'm more of a, hey, if it's happened, then I let you know that, because it's already a factual. The time already passed. I've got verification. I've got proof that it's already realistically there. We've got the money.
So
okay?
Susie.
Yes. Yes.
Let me stop you there. And here's where my frustration comes in, and certainly we ought to consider what I'm trying to say. If you look at that same chart, if you look at February of 2022, 2023, from February onward to July, if you look at the change in variances, in the variance, there's a 42% increase, according to this document, I'm trying to read it right, or 40, is that increase or is that dollar amount?
That's dollar amount.
Dollar amount. So now, okay, so now it's a 6%, a 9%, a 16%, a 7%, a 0, which sounds like there's some sort of issue.
It's less than 1%. That's why it shows a 0.
And well, that's because, okay, I see what you're saying. So, and an 8%. So clearly we're trending
Right.
more than 4 or 5%. And it will only get better as Amazon starts to really, the fulfillment center completely, is completely utilized. As more homes are built in Lamarque and Texas City and Dickinson and Beat City, right? And
Right.
Galveston. So that's why I'm having heartburn with, and I'm not arguing this point right now, but this is where the frustration comes from. Clearly we are being conservative. Clearly we're being conservative in our sales tax revenue, which is tied to our property tax assessment. And we would rather be conservative with sales tax revenue than conservative with people's property taxes. And that's where I'm making my claim. So there we are.
Mayor, if I can just point something out.
Yes,
there.
sir.
Looking at this chart and just for the brief historical data that we have, roughly year over year, you're about $300,000 increase. From 19 to 20, we know that there's certain things happened in 21 that allowed there to be influx in the economy. And this year, unfortunately, if you look up above at October, we started the year on somewhat shaky ground, right? We brought in 8% less than what we normally would have brought in for months previous or from the previous year. However, to your point, we have done better throughout the actual year, all the way down to the bottom. Now we'll have August done here probably in the next week or so to reflect that, because obviously, you know, these work in arrears, right? We just finished July's recently. So as we continue to actually work on these positions, that's going back to what the conversation that we had from these last budget shops. This year's projection, when it's all said and done after the new additions, is actually going to put us at 7.625 roughly, which is much higher than we've ever been. We've never crossed 7 yet.
That's the average growth, 7
Well,
point.
it's actually doubling. So it's gonna, if we end up the year right now,
Wow.
with 2 months left, we're at 5.8, almost 5.9. If we're able to make roughly, let's say we did do the same numbers that we did last year,
Mhm.
then we'll end up at about 7.1. We're actually putting it a $500,000, roughly $475,000 increase there, higher than what we've done previously. So
So-
normally we only put an average increase of 200,000. We have more than doubled that through our projections based on what we know, betting on ourselves again, betting on the businesses, betting on folks shopping local and continuing to support the economy.
So what Mr. Olson is saying is that we're too conservative then. Then if our trend is 7%,
We
then we need
were,
to put that.
we were too conservative. Now this new adjustment puts us at $500,000 roughly right now.
Mhm.
If the year ended today, we'd be $1.8 million higher than we were. Obviously, we still have 2 months left, but we don't know yet through these points you're making where items are going to head.
Right.
If they end roughly where they end last year, we're still going to be, again, rough math, $600,000 above. And normally we only project a $200,000 increase. This year, we're projecting a $600,000 increase.
Now, keep in mind, of 0.5% of that goes to the EDC.
Absolutely.
Right.
So you can't go by them numbers right there.
That's a good point. So
You
for
gotta
example,
deduct a fourth of it.
Right.
for example, to that point, if I take this number, the 7.6 that I've roughly calculated, divided by 4, and then multiply it by 3, it gives you what the city share would be,
Right.
which is roughly that 5.7, which is where we're hovering
Which
at
is-
in the new projection that we presented to you today.
Any further questions?
Mayor, on your point about Amazon sales tax stuff, my understanding was some of the online retailers, it may originate from Marque, but online retail, the sales tax is charged to the city of destination when it's going there. So unless the stuff coming from Marque is going to Marque, that sales tax is going to get divvied up by corporate through wherever the actual destination for, but that's just online.
Right,
So-
right, sure. And I get that, Mr. Ross. I think we need clarity. That's my point. My point is, we need clarity because the citizens do. If we're not clear on exactly how all of that works and how this is benefiting, we know that it's benefiting $40,000 to $45,000 easy before we've started to come out of this inflation. You know, we knew that it was doing that already, right? So we just need more concrete numbers so that the council can see how, you know, both of you all are school teachers. And you can give me a problem, what's 3 plus 3? And I can say it's 6, but both of you all are gonna say, show me your work. Right? And so we are at the show me your work stage of this.
Roger that.
Well, the question the council needs to ask, and this won't take but a minute, is when they gave you all this sales tax history, right here on it, it says right here, adjusted based on historical growth pattern. If you look at the growth pattern right here, you're estimating you're going to take in less money in sales tax than you did last year. If you look at this, last year, 2023, the general fund, the 1.5 cents that y'all took in, you took in $5,303,971. This year, you're estimating you're going to take in $5,301,000. And but here you're saying you're gonna take in another 400,000 more than what you said here on this, where you was, based on the growth pattern.
So, Mr.
That's,
Certainly, Mr. Osteen, and just to look back to that on the chart, because I know Susie played a very large role in this. If you notice, when we did our cutoff, it was March 30th, when we did our projections, when we started doing our projections. I feel much more comfortable, and Susie and I both feel more comfortable, and based on our conversation with staff, we will look into that as far as, if you notice what happened in April, between April and May, both of those 2 months combined, that's a 25% increase that we weren't. It was
but
unexpected.
here's the whole point I'm trying to make. When you do a budget, Cesar, and Keith knows this, he's been around a good while. It doesn't nowhere on here say estimate. Well, it does estimate here, and it's got a little star by it.
Right.
You look at your trends and you give the council the best numbers you can,
Mhm.
but you can't come up here and be $400,000 off. Just like if I hadn't brought this up, y'all would be thinking you're gonna get the 5,569,170, when in essence, it's only 5,301,000. That right there, if the council would have went with these numbers and said, hey, that looks good, let's vote for it, it's a done deal. At the end of the year, you should be $267,000 in the hole, because you didn't realize it, but you had to shift that money during the year over to the EDC as it come in. You'd have been $267,000 off at the end of the year if everything worked out perfect.
Well, you're talking about, let me, when I look at the sales tax on the new sheet, the one that was just giving us to this morning, correct? It said that the proposed is 5,569,170. That's what it is now.
No, they're wrong.
That's,
It should be this.
so I want us to understand a difference between something, just so everybody understands. There's a 2 cents that's given. The
Right,
city doesn't get the full 2 cents.
right,
We only get 1.5 cents.
right,
So that's why on page 24, that number looks different.
right. Because you,
Okay.
one column is
Right.
1/2 cent, the other column is,
Right.
right. Mhm.
So when this document was prepared, to Mr. Osteen's point, based on where we were at the time, without having seen
Right.
all the growth that's happened since April in our sales tax that's shown on the screen there, we were going to be slightly below, about $20,000 below in total sales tax collected, just based off of what has happened. Which is common. Sometimes that happens, right? Sometimes sales tax is slightly below. Things could happen. Now we're attributing to the fact that since of what happened in April, if you look at what happened, we had probably, we've never, it looks like we probably never had a $500,000 month
Right,
as far as April is concerned. In 1 month, the projections change.
right.
This is a snapshot in time. This is as of a
Right.
certain date.
Mhm.
We now feel comfortable and confident and are betting on ourselves once more that we're going to continue August and September going in the direction that we're going, trending in the direction that we were now trending.
Mhm.
If you take, so you understand how this
Right.
breaks down,
Right,
trying to help you. If you
Mhm.
take this, what they estimated, 7,000,000.
Right.
69, whatever it is, you divide that by 4.
right,
The city gets 3/4. And
Mhm.
so if you divide that by 4, you get this number right here. That's the 1/2 cent that goes to the EDC.
right, right.
Then multiply that number times 3,
Mhm.
and that's what it comes out. It don't
Right.
come out to this. It comes out to this.
You're talking about, but that's what you have here
No.
on this sheet.
Oh,
See, this, Councilman Olson, this is what I'm going by right here.
Yeah.
Cause this is the new one, and I know you're going by that one because that's in the old
Yeah.
budget book, but this is what was given to us, so. I'm, just to make sure we're all on the same page. The sales tax that I have here, is that the estimated that you're saying that we're gonna get
on the proposal.
on the proposed, like this one right here?
We're talking about two different things.
Okay,
The,
he's talking about,
He's talking about 23.
okay, and I'm
The
talking.
proposed in front of you is
All right.
24.
All right.
So, yeah,
That's the difference.
but, and the point I'm making is, well, this is no, this is a 2023-25 full budget right here.
No, I understand, but the number
But
specific
the number you're
talking about
is
is
the
what you think
120,
we're going to
yeah.
expect this year.
This year.
Yes.
Right, right.
Right. But what Councilman Yancey is talking about is next
This
year.
Next
Okay.
year, yeah,
Got-
right,
Well, what I'm saying is initially, this is what y'all thought y'all gonna bring in this year.
Right, yeah, but yeah,
Right.
But it's all right here, what you thought you're gonna bring in, and if that's what you based your budget on.
I'm sorry, so I can't see from here. The numbers you have written.
Look here,
yeah, so
Here's
they're
what
becoming
you-
two different things,
here's what y'all thought you're gonna get,
right?
but you failed to put the money over here. That 1.5 million, 1.5 million should have been 1.767 million.
So he's saying, talking about for this year.
Right.
Yeah, so otherwise you didn't put it up in an EDC money. You kept it over here. You see that? And if y'all based your budget on this figure instead of the 5,301,000, you're gonna be off this much.
Right.
That makes sense now?
Which
does make
may,
And that's 2024.
right, which may be, the question is, if that's what we did last year, then we need to correct the last year's.
Well, last year, well, they done it right last year, see here?
Mhm.
And that's what it should be this year, but this is what they put in.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's from 23, but with the line you're looking at says 24.
Susie, for reference, we're referring to page 24 in the
Okay.
budget.
See, it ain't that
Yeah.
much difference.
Right,
When you look at.
Yeah, let's get a quick answer on that, James.
Huh?
yeah.
I said, let's get a quick answer on that and then we'll break for lunch.
I'm asking Susie to see if she can look at page 24 to explain that specific question that Mr. Osteen has.
Again, and I just said it. I mean, I don't know. Again, that, like I said, that's not my favorite chart. That's not the chart that, that was created. I don't know when. I mean, it's not a good chart.
Okay.
There is a misleading piece, and that's, like I said, the time, if it's not prior years, it already occurred, then the numbers, I can show you the actuals. If it's not occurred yet, the time is not here yet, all we can do is use the budget information. And according to EDC, traditionally, they've always have been super conservative with their numbers. Now, the formulas are already in these charts here, okay? So whatever if the EDC number is lower, it automatically just sticks the additional into general fund 1.5 cents, which is, to me, that's not accurate, okay? Because the general fund side, we chose not to be so super conservative. We kind of stick with historical growth patterns. Where EDC, they just want to be super conservative, which affects these two columns are affecting one another because they add up to 2 cents. Bottom line is, like I said, showing the chart that I give to EDC every month, that's more accurate chart because it's already occurred factual information. That's what you need to use to base your growth pattern on. And that's what we do on the general fund side, that 1.5 cents. EDC is separate. That's their approach. I'm not questioning, I'm not criticizing or anything. That's just their choice. That's why this chart, if drawing EDC in, it pollutes the whole picture.
Right, we should, you're right,
Discourage
right.
people to rely on this chart when it comes to 2024, when the information is not factual yet.
Right, right. So let's be clear. And thank you for that, Susie, but let's be clear to council. It is the council's job to set the budget. Part of that is to project sales tax. So the projection of sales tax comes from this council, working with the city manager and the finance director. The EDC is an arm of the city, but they are beholden to these our community members, and they have to work through this city government. And so you, city government, finance director, city manager, propose the sales tax projection. We accept or reject it. And then the EDC has to then move with those projections. So sounds like it might have been working on backwards. But we're gonna change that and turn that around and make it work forward, because the numbers at the end of the day, they have to match.
Right.
They have to match. And so this council, this community, the final word on those projections. Any further questions for this portion of our workshop? again, we're gonna break for lunch. Again, Mr. Garcia, we thank you for your attitude this morning. This is, as we keep saying, this is the people's money. And just like when we look in our own checkbooks and
Got to do it.
and we look with skepticism and question and concern, the people deserve that from this council.
Man, I just want to take a minute if I
Absolutely.
can. I just want to say it excites me, the passion that, the public has for this. For those of us who sit here day in and out and actually do the work, it's great to feel that we have that, that we have that oversight. I don't run from it at all. But I also have to rely on the sense of comfort and the professionalism from our team and our staff when they tell me what their needs are, and they tell me, here's our parameters, here's what we can do.
Sure.
To make sure that we can get there. I do feel strongly that I will only feel strongly enough to present something that I know we can attainably achieve. Now, that's without any, things that may happen, right? God forbid that something happens. But we also know that there are things that just have changed throughout time. There are certain things that we've had to do fiscally in the past couple of years to get to a certain point, which we are now trying to attain. You had a budget this past year that you just had, that essentially you had less resources that we were able to do more with. This budget is something that allows us to do that as well. And whatever number we end up at, Mayor, Council, everybody else up here, we're going to do the best we can as the rich history, as Mark turned 70, that we've always done.
Sure.
So hopefully everybody rest assured with that. There's longstanding employees here that have that sense of pride. Whatever projections that we had from April that are different from today, with sitting here on August 10th, obviously we didn't know 4 months ago when we started working on this budget that we were going to be where we were for some of these things. And guess what? If today or tomorrow or the next day our sales tax projections come back for August and we all of a sudden did $50,000 better, then that's going to obviously change our estimates. It's going to change those numbers. As Susie mentioned, our budget is a plan that we try to stay as close to as possible. Sales tax historically year over year, sometimes it goes up, sometimes it goes down. Historically, the overall trend is it keeps going up, which is a good thing for us. We will continue basing on that. We know that the SB2 model has changed to being more sales tax and fee related and not so much on the property tax side. We get that. But as we also said, this is still an actual machine that has to run, and we're trying to run it as efficiently as possible with all the upgrades and services that the community deserves.
Absolutely. Council, do we have any further questions? Again, we thank you all for your patience, your time. We will break for lunch. It's noon. We will return at 1:15. Caesar, you are tasked with that top portion of your proposed budget to give us some estimated dollar figures so we can see what that looks like. As well as council, we're going to go through. There are requested packages. Some of those are salary packages. We'll look at that again to see if there's some mixing and matching that we might want to do. From there, we'll move into the certificate of obligations to see if there are some outstanding projects that the community and that council wants to see achieved in this next year. See if we can get that done through some of those certificates of obligation. Does anybody have any questions about our schedule? We are until, I'm sorry, Michael.
Just for the record, I won't be back this afternoon.
Very good. So, sir, enjoy your day and stay safe.
Thanks, sir.
We will return back about 1:20 now. We are back in our August the 10th afternoon budget workshop session. We left the morning discussion off at 41 cents with what appears to be roughly $17 million budget. And so we will allow Mr. Garcia to respond to some things that were asked in the morning session as well as in previous budget workshops. Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to ask Kyle to share this document real quick. I did mention that Susie was working on this document because she's getting ready for next week's EDC or following week's EDC's meeting. And I did want to showcase the fact that she had just updated the same chart that we were looking at. These are done monthly. Usually we shoot to have them done by the 10th. Today being the 10th, she was able to present that. Kyle, could you just zoom in slightly on that? This is just a pictorial representation where we've been year to year. But Kyle, if you can scroll to the next page, it'll give us actual numbers. So right before the break, we looked at, we did not have the August numbers, and reminder that we're working in arrears, right? We're working 1 month behind. So obviously the August report is reflective to the previous month's information. So right now we're August 10th. We won't have August numbers till September and so forth. But since our fiscal year goes October, September, here's a reflection. So right now for the year of, for our 2022-23 budget year, for the month of August, and this is something that Mr. Osteen, just also for the sake of that, you're going to receive this copy at the next EDC meeting. This is the one that we present every month and I share with council. This is that report. Roughly $12,684 over for a 2% increase change year over year for the month of August. Because those reports are done year over year for the month, so we can compare apples to apples. So that's just a reflection of where we are right now. Hopefully we can finish the year strong in September, but that is a reflection of where we are. I just want to close that update information we had. We provided that. We said we provided as soon as we had it. I didn't think we'd have it till next week based on what we're doing, but we were able to get it done during the break.
Okay.
And I'll follow up with an email of this document as well, and also to EDC and so forth.
Okay.
Thank you, Kyle. During the break, we were asked to provide a breakdown of where we are. I'll ask Kyle to put this up. I got to send it to him, so I do apologize. Give me a second. And this one. You handed that out already? Yeah, thank you. I know there's one more for you. Oh, man, we got.
Hey.
Very brief synopsis, highlight here of where we are or where we were from this year to last year. Give me a second while we get it a chance to post it on the screen for everybody. One of the questions I was asked was the difference between our current year estimated ending balance and next year, why we feel that we're going to be at a higher amount. A higher amount equates to roughly $1.7 million is what the difference is from year over year, from our estimated ending of our estimates to what we're proposing for the next year. And this sheet provides a brief synopsis of where that goes, or how that's broken down, or how that was proposed to be broken down, I should say, on the proposed budget. Yeah, it's okay. Take your time. For the sake of it being a bigger font, I put it over 2 sheets. I didn't want it to be 1 sheet, so.
Sure.
First thing is if you could just zoom that in just a little bit, Kyle. Excellent. So the estimated fiscal year ending, that's what the YE stands for. And this was very quick. I just did this during the break. The fiscal year ending, where we estimate that we'll end the year on PD salaries is roughly $5,083,896. Per the CBA, they are approved for a 5% COLA next year. So I took the fiscal year estimated end, multiplied that by 5%, and that's how it equated the 254, the effect of 254. Okay. Same is true for the fire department salaries. Their estimated fiscal year end for personnel is roughly 3.1, closer to 3.2. If I multiply the 7% COLA that they were approved, that's where I come up with the 222,000 that's reflected there. The 3 fire captains, that's the amount that would have cost salary rise, not including benefits. So we took that at 75% of the year, because in the new proposed budget that we have coming from the change where we dropped to 41 cents, it would only be there starting in January. So it would be commencing in January, and then the back end of it would get us to that point. So I would take the 253 times the 0.75 for 9 months instead of 1 year's effect in the next year's budget, equates to 190,000. When I add the benefits, go ahead, I'm sorry, Mayor.
Go ahead, finish your statement. I'm letting you know, I want to say
Yes,
something.
sir.
when you're done.
The 190,000 multiplied by what the benefits would equate, which is roughly 554 per employee for health insurance times the 12 months, obviously, and then multiplied by whatever the other benefits are, dental. And then TMRS equates to roughly 28,350 for those 3 positions combined. I'm sorry, Mayor, I do.
It's this question, we talked about this, Chief Merriman and I, and I wanted to make sure that we realized what we were talking about. The 3 fire captains, the amount of money that should be raised for the 3 fire captains is the amount of money between an engineer salary and a fire captain salary, because they're going to have to get promoted to that. And it'll just be the additional, right? So when I see, and this is just for clarification purposes, this is not I'm not debating anything here at this point. When I see $253,000, $253,579, I guess I'm curious. We need to be sure that those are not 3 fire captains full salaries, because that's not what that should be here, because all you're doing is promoting. Does that make sense?
Correct. And then maybe, and I don't know if Chief Merriman is on, I don't know if you can check to see. If not, if we can get him on. I want to make sure I didn't misunderstand.
Right.
The objective of this thing, besides, like we talked about, if it was 3 engineers, 3 captains, 3 firefighters, was to add 3 additional bodies, so we didn't have
On the back end.
on the back end of it, back end additions.
Right.
Right. But if we take the fact that there's no captain positions, then the difference, you're right, but that's the first phase. And then we would take the firefighters to fill, assuming that it would be engineers, it would fill, but then I still need to add the expense of the 3 firefighters on the bottom. This number represents the difference plus the 3 firefighters.
Right. So right. So we would need to see that. You see what I'm saying? The clarification is, at the end result, we would have to hire 3 new firefighters.
Correct.
Right. And I'm just saying
3 new firefighters plus the difference in pay
for the captains and the
captains.
engineers.
Yes, sir.
Right.
That's what that equates to, that number that's there. That's the number that I received of that difference from the fire department.
Right. And I'm good with that. I'm just saying, maybe if people are looking at this, it looks like just you're hiring 3 fire captains instead of ultimately we're just adding 3 firefighters. Does that make sense?
Gotcha.
Yeah. Now it's clear. I'm just trying to clarify things.
Gotcha.
So
Yes,
my
sir.
next question on that before you move on is the engineer on page 2,
Yes, sir.
fiscal year 6 months.
Okay, I'm gonna go to, hold on a second here. So this year, or I should say, in this previous fiscal year, we added engineer slotted position to be your deputy fire marshal.
Gotcha.
They were
Gotcha.
only added at the 6-month mark. The difference of this is what their effect will be in the year for the full 12 months in the next.
So
fiscal
this
year.
is the deputy fire marshal, basically.
Yes, sir.
Gotcha.
That's, I try to be short. That's.
Yeah, you're fine. We're just trying to bring clarity.
Yes,
All
sir.
right, proceed. Go ahead.
If I can go back to page 1 as we're going down the list. The general staff COLA that we put in for this year, knowing that the tightness of the budget was a 2%, but still allotted $150,000 to be equated for the salary adjustments. Some of the things that have been requested, whether it's for some of our public works operators, whether it's for some of our code enforcement or just staff in general. We have a lot of staff that is being paid lower than what some of the fast food places are actually being compensated for. So that's some of the salary adjustments that are listed there. The new IT tech that was requested, the number on the left, the 59,440 is what the salary would be. The number to the right of 8,896 is what the effects of the benefits would be.
Okay.
The benefits is that health insurance, dental, vision, and then TMRS.
Okay.
Okay. The same is then true, right? Well, do you want to stop there as far as the IT tech? I'm so sorry. I need a break.
Yeah, go ahead.
Excuse me.
No, you're fine. Take your time, Susan.
With that number that's listed there of the $59,000, that is equivalent to the IT tech that we have. I'll ask Kyle if you can talk to us about your help desk requests and just some of the number of things that you've gone from one year to the next, and then describe your need with all the new software requests.
Obviously, the more staff that we add on and the more, as years progress, technology becomes more and more, officers are required to do a lot more electronically. We have a lot more videos, security software. We deal a lot with Homeland Security on both the water side and the general fund side. So, I mean, realistically, the more staff that we add, the more support staff for those staffs to do their job is what we're requesting as far as the IT tech goes. Our help desks requests have grown a lot, and we are behind schedule on implementing some new hardware and software because of just day-to-day operations and issues that come up. Obviously, the other side of this will be that PD is getting a new software, fire just got a new software, finance is needing a new software, which will in turn roll into utility billing. We'll get a new software, so our HR. So we have a lot of departments that are going through a lot of growing, shall we say, especially in the technology world, because, everything's done on the computer, and citizens and everybody is wanting information at their fingertips. So as we put those systems in place, we have to have the support staff to support those systems.
Any questions for Kyle as it relates to this? Looks like the new IT tech, is that the one at 59,440?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, Mayor. And just for the record, Kyle requested 2 IT techs and 2 facility folks, a total of 4 additions.
Yeah.
In the proposal, he was only granted 1 out of those 4.
Any questions for Kyle on IT?
So you already have one person already,
Yes.
2. So it's a department of 2. You're needing one more. And that's, you said due to all the new software. Where everything is based off technology
Yeah.
nowadays. So,
mean,
everything. Okay.
Did you want to proceed? Susan?
Yes, sir. Next one that we have is the new public affairs assistant. That was one that was brought about as far as us with our continued needs. I see that JB is in the room. If any questions or anything needs to be said as far as that's concerned. His department is one that's changed. All right, it continues to change, continues to evolve. Everything is now video based. No longer just responding to social media posts or just putting stuff out. We're trying to increase that traffic and trying to do more. You have you have expressed the support to make sure that this is its own standalone division, and in doing so, having a person to assist would be vital and helpful in that turn. So if there's a possibility of that, that's what that concentration is. That's what the amount is, and off to the side is the benefits amount. If there's any questions on that position, JB is here to.
Just wanted to
discuss.
make myself available.
Susan, I think you can proceed. We'll
Gotcha.
go down the list and
Gotcha.
then council will give you what
Okay.
I thought. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
The new program project manager, in light of our budget, risks that we're under and about to not inflate the budget too much at this time. Yes, I would gladly appreciate the assistance, especially with the additional duties that we have and the additional growth of the city with services being provided. That's probably where we have an eye on the possibility of that deputy city manager position. However, I don't think that we had the support at the time. That's why it was phased in as maybe initially starting as a program manager, and in the future, maybe seeing if we could establish that position in a future budget year. The part-time records clerk is something that has been discussed. That was a request by Kira. Originally, that was going to be a full-time position. Kira, correct me if I'm wrong. It was supposed to be a full-time and you requested it to be a part-time due to the budget cuts. Is that correct?
Yes, my initial request in our discussions was for a full-time records clerk, but when we did those initial discussions, it got cut.
So this is roughly $18 an hour, not to exceed 1,000 hours per year. The unfreezing of the deputy city clerk, if you remember this position in last year's budget due to the rollback, we had to make some very difficult decisions and cut that department up originally, which was 2.5 originally, 2.2, 2.4, whatever it equated to, roughly 2.5 positions. It was 2 full-timers and a part-timer. Last fiscal year, we cut it, or concurrent fiscal year, technically, we cut it to 1. This would be trying to bring that other full-timer back, which you guys have supported to make sure we were able to do this year if possible. That's that salary plus benefits roughly. The civic clerk software is also out of the city clerk's office. That's the difference. That is the, correct me if I'm wrong, that's the open records request software. And that's the equivalent of the changing if we do the mid-year change, correct? Okay, just making sure. Municode software is also related in Municode to that office as well. The Zoom software, Kyle, the Zoom software is the one that's specific to our Zoom platform that we're using?
Yes. The Zoom software is for us to move over to the Zoom phone system as well, which will help give majority of all employees an extension number that we can reach them on. And everything will be recorded and follow the new state rules that they require us to do as far as open records, record retention.
Next item is street repair. In the original proposed budget, that number was 250. When we had the cut of the down to the 41 cents and the $651,000 cut, that's something that we felt that maybe we can move towards a package or see if we can find through some bonds or anything else. That difference, we still left 125 in there, but it's not fully cut, but it was just cut slightly there. The police department, that's PD, part-time evidence custodian. This is where the rest of the way kind of shows the staff that was added at partial year versus full year. So last year, this position would have been added at the 9-month mark. So we looked at what the difference would have been. This is how much was budgeted in the first line item. That's what the budget was for 9 months. The additional effect is what's on the right, which is that 6,205. Same is true for that deputy fire marshal we talked about. The additional parks maintenance worker that we added for the year. If you notice, those are 6-month additions. The public works project coordinator. For finance, the grant administrator. For finance, what the accountant would be. Development services, the permit technician. This would be full year versus the 9 months. And the code officer that was added this current fiscal year, a full year versus 6 months. The last two or three line items that I was able to get to before we had to come back very quickly, I apologize, was that council returned to previous year's expenses. HR requesting $15,000 more for formidable coordinator hire. If you remember this past fiscal year, we had budgeted much lower than what the actual staff was making. In search for a more formidable candidate, we asked for that to see if we could solidify that and quickly make a hire here that we're looking to do here very soon. And animal control this year had a slight increase of 8,149. So if you add the two numbers together of the 1.637 and the 62,000 of benefits, it's roughly $1.7 million, just a shade over, I think 1.7 and 1,000 roughly. And the difference between our estimated budget and our proposed this year is right at maybe about $2,000 off right now. I would have to go back and be more specific about these line items. But I was asked for an explanation of what the difference is. And this is that. And I'd be remiss, I'm sorry, I didn't even add a label to this. So before we properly post it online, we'll add a label that specifically says the difference between estimated year end 23 and proposed FY 24. I didn't get a chance to add that title, but I'll do so as soon as I get a chance.
Yeah. Okay.
That's what was asked of us during the break. Thank you.
Yeah. Looks like we can certainly understand this better. So that's
Thank you.
a good thing. Council, do we have any questions on this document?
I think we just need to discuss what we what we think should stay in. I don't have a question. I'm just ready to discuss it.
For me, Caesar, for my observation, obviously we keep the COLA in for the PD, that's negotiated. We keep the COLA for the fire, which was negotiated. I believe we keep the 3 fire captains, which will equate to 3 new fire officers. I think that's justified because I believe the fire department, obviously we don't have a fire captain, but also I believe they're approaching 8,000 calls this year.
They're on pace to exceed 8,000.
Absolutely.
8,100, if I remember correctly from Chief Mayor.
Absolutely. I'm fine with the 2% COLA. I wish we could probably get 3 out of it. That would be better.
Absolutely.
Just me personally, but certainly we got Kim, James, Michael, and Joe. The staff adjustments, I agree with. The new IT tech, I agree with because of the nature of doing business in municipalities, more innovative, more technologically driven. The public affairs assistant and the new program project director, my personal vote would be that morph into some sort of a deputy city manager role. Right now, earmark it for that, and then the council can discuss what that looks like later. But as far as right now, I would like to put personally 1 vote, $90,000 into some sort of a deputy city manager's role, which would save the rest of that. I think it's those 2 numbers combined are 112,000, and I'm looking just at salary season.
Yes, sir.
I think right now, if you can do that, save 22,000 from that. Kiara already has a unfrozen deputy court clerk that we are looking at giving her. So I don't know that she would need a part-time record clerk. I'm willing to discuss that with Kim, the rest of council. But as of right now, I would say no. We can discuss it. Civic clerk, yes. Muni code, yes. Zoom, yes. Street repair, yes. Fire engineer, because he or she is the deputy fire marshal, yes. Parks maintenance worker, yes. Public works program coordinator, no.
The project coordinator?
I'm sorry, yeah, what did I say? Program, I'm sorry, Caesar.
You said park, I don't know if it's
Public
Parks and
works
Maintenance?
project coordinator, yes, sir, on page 2.
Mhm.
My vote would be no at this time. Because we have to get a handle on our finances. And although that's something that's probably advantageous, at this point, we need to do what's necessary for at least another year. Finance grant administrator, I want to help the finance department. I don't know that a grant administrator would be the best way. So I'm questioning that. I do like that we're adding a new accountant. I like that. I agree with that. And let me go back to the grant administrator. The reason why I'm saying I don't know about that, it's because the Economic Development Corporation has already alerted me personally, that they are looking for and they are going to hire a finance director. That's the word that I got, that's something that they are contemplating. Is that, can you verify that, James?
We're looking.
You're looking, okay.
It's not in stone.
It's not in stone.
Let's see what the city comes up with.
Okay, so the reason I said that, Caesar, was if in fact that's the road that they choose to take, it would free up our staff and you would be able to repurpose our staff to some of this stuff, if that's the road that they take. So that's why I said I don't know about a grant administrator, because we may have a staff person freed up to take on some of those types of responsibilities. And the rest of it, I agree with, Caesar. So for me, that saves about $138,000. And I would like to put that $138,000 into streets. This again is just my version of what should happen. But I'm really, really concerned with bolstering the finance department. So whatever we need to do to make the finance department as healthy as possible, as effective as possible, I'm willing to do that. And last question, two things. Number one, if Kiara's position, and we shouldn't say Kiara's position, if the deputy city clerk's position was frozen, then that means that it's still in the budget. And if so, why is it in this as an addition?
So last year, we kept the position, but we froze the funds for it. We had to reduce the funds,
Okay,
right? So that it was already a allowable position. Then we were not able to open up the position during the year.
okay, okay.
This year, by numerous requests and need, right? The need is definitely there. Then that's when that's why that's being reintroduced at this time.
Okay. Last thing, again, finance department definitely needs to be bolstered. This human resources director, you're asking for $15,000. Is that going to make that person competitive where we get a good qualified person to run the department?
I feel that is the next step that we need to take to get.
What would that make that position? What would that make the
I'd
total?
have to get back to you.
That's fine, you can
I'd
get
have to
back to me. That's all I have right now, council. And certainly we'll go down the line, Ms. Yancy, and then Mr. Ross.
So for the new public affairs assistant, is that maybe something we can do like at 25,000 and see if the college will match us to do, you can do an intern position for that?
I mean, that's something we could definitely look into.
Yeah, that may be something to, as we grow in that area. I know once we get the deputy manager position, that will free up some time and responsibility as well. But I mean, that may be a way you can look at doing, even if we take that down to 25 grand and ask college in Mainland to match that and try to do like a college intern type of position, even if it's just for 9 months, of the school year.
Certainly.
So we can look into that. I do think you do need a deputy manager, with a, at the very minimum, a 90,000. So that they will, be able to supervise and share some of those duties. I sure wish we can give more than 2% raise across the board.
It is a very, very tough time. We wanted it to address the salary adjustments that we wanted to make. I've
Yeah,
definitely encouraged, well, another percent adds about $50,000. I know Mayor said his suggestions going from
yeah.
2 to 3 would equate roughly.
But last year, didn't we just do a 2? Oh, I'm sorry.
No, last year we did 4.
Oh, we did a 4% raise.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
We did 4. Yes, right.
let's see if we can do a 3, at least a 3.
Certainly. I think that would go
3,
very well
yeah.
with the staff.
A 3, let's look at 3 or 4 and see what we can do, because I think this staff has been very faithful and they have withstood some rocky times.
Certainly.
So tell me about your
Sorry.
project coordinator. Why is that a great need?
So the project coordinator position is one that assists, in this case, our public works director. We've got a lot of outside of the scope of your regular day-to-day stuff going on. You got about $90 million worth of projects throughout that are running through.
Mhm.
That position would work hand in hand with the grant administrator, because that's two sides of things, right? So those two positions, the public works project coordinator does more of the making sure that we're in compliance and we're driving the engineers and the contractors along with the actual director, making sure that we're intact, while the grant administrator makes sure that we're in compliance with these grants. As you know, there's a lot of regulations we need to follow, timelines and deadlines we don't want to miss, especially when it means reimbursements or submittals. That's what those two positions primarily would address. The intent for those positions would be to possibly be temporary positions for the next few
Right.
years while we get through all these projects. But in reality, we don't have a grant administrator in the city right now. Susie and I share those duties. And I'd be remiss, I don't think she's on right now, but regardless of what we pay somebody, it's gonna be hard for us to replace Miss Susie, right? Obviously, 37 years of experience. To that point, I want to make sure that in this case, EDC is taken care of on their perspective of what that position handles. But also on the grant administrator side, I would be remiss if we didn't think that was not going to be a need right now. Again, we'll do what we need to do. We've absorbed these duties,
Right.
but so long.
So what I'm looking at, Cesar, is looking at how possibly combining both of those, even though you have them in two different departments. Maybe there's a way you can combine some of their duties.
Yes, but, and I'll say, but that grant administrator also has it, which we don't have a grant writer. They
Right,
also fall under some of those smaller grants that we would go out and seek as well.
right.
The city not
I-
having anybody that is writing grants right now, we all take that responsibility.
Yeah, but
amongst ourselves.
GrantWorks has done a phenomenal job finding our grants. But I'm just trying to see if there's a way we can, let's think about it. It's
Right
kind-
now, these two positions are posted right now.
Oh, they're posted.
These positions are posted, Public Works Project Coordinator and Grant Administrator, they're posted on our website right now.
Oh, okay.
So if our decision would be to cut them, then I'm gonna remove those right away, so we don't get more applicants, in fairness.
Yeah.
Because we've been really trying to fill those, we've been working hard to fill those, we got them posted and branched out to APW.
Why are they
right?
posted and we hadn't approved it? I'm just kind of
No,
confused.
no, this was, you approved this last year.
Oh, we approved it last year.
Yeah,
Oh,
these
okay.
positions were approved. We
Oh,
just
okay.
want to get really good candidate here.
Okay.
That's what those
So
positions
we
are.
didn't fill them because of the tax rollback.
No, we didn't fill them. We were about to fill them and we're in the
Uh-huh.
process of trying to fill them. It's just taking a little bit longer getting some qualified candidates.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Okay.
If we've made it this year without them, I think I would
Well-
focus.
Yeah, the only thing I'm concerned about is that all of those projects are coming up. All of those projects are coming up and we have been very conservative. We've been patient. But when we talk about those CO bonds, those are some things that we want done, and that's the reason I'm trying to see of a way to.
But the thing, I'm sorry, Kim.
No,
I'm
go
sorry.
ahead. I'm just trying
I'm
to
sorry.
figure out, because that is gonna take a lot. Now, because if we don't approve it, then your deputy manager basically will take some of that.
Well, really, let me jump in because I wanted to speak with Kim about this because of her contemplation. And how it's supposed to work is the deputy manager would be handling a lot of the day-to-day bulk.
Right.
And the manager would be able to have a,
Big
kind of a big view
Right,
to be able to handle those projects and things like that. Some of the overriding type of things that connect different departments. So that's kind of the vision, how it's supposed to be. I'm sorry, I wanted to kind of,
no.
Go ahead.
Because,
And again, I'm sorry to interrupt. This was what was proposed based on need and thought of appetite, whether we'd
Sure.
be able to get a deputy this year. So understand, I'm not
Absolutely.
debating from the need. The need is there.
Right.
It's just we had kind of split it in different ways, if that
Right.
makes sense.
okay.
right.
Yeah, I do like the project coordinator. And I guess since it's already there, I mean, I don't know if we're gonna. So let's come back to that because that's something I think, without being redundant, I think that there's some things that can be combined with your deputy position.
Yeah.
I do believe in a grant administrator, though GrantWorks is doing a good job, but I'm wondering if that's something we can either contract out, so then you're not, paying the extra benefits, or doing it as a part-time. You understand what I mean?
Sure.
Trying to get at least some of it done. And then the request for the 15K, I think that was already approved too, right, to bring it to the coordinator
something
hire.
we need to discuss,
Mhm.
as far as that.
Tell me this, who's gonna deal with the mosquito machine?
That's built into the public works budget.
That's business, okay, good, that's all I want, I'm just concerned about the mosquito man.
Yeah, and that's what explained that jump there, right? We
Okay.
got send people to training and get extra stuff done and get people certified and get the machine and the materials that go with it and so forth.
And the code officer, that's the added position that we're adding for a total of 5 code officers?
Yes, and we
Okay.
put it at the 6-month mark.
At the
We're
6
looking, projecting that one there is at the 6-month mark that we did for this one. And we're projecting the same for next
The
year,
next year, okay,
but that's what we're.
so we're
projecting
just
as
gradually
Gradually going.
making it larger, okay.
It's
All right,
used to be a
that's-
Department of one apparently a long time ago, and it's slowly growing based on need.
Okay. Yeah, so for the part-time records clerk, let me come back to that. So talking to Ms. Nance. Ms. Nance, how do you feel about just one person in your office? Added person? And not the person and a half? Talk to me.
So I want to say it was 2 years ago. It was a council before this one, back when Ms. Robin was here. we gave a proposal for adding a third person to handle records. Their person would be that person's primary would be handling our records retention program as well as public information, which has been we've had that discussion plenty of times of the growth in that area. As of right now, I'm a department of one. Sorry, go back. Back then, we initially asked for a full-time. We didn't have the ability to do a 3-person department at the time due to spacing and other things. That's how it got cut to a part-time position. After last year, we dropped down to a department of one. So I need the help. The need will still be there. But if we can only do one person, I will take the one person as long as.
What do you prefer? Because your office is very, very important. You are talked to a lot, put out a lot, said a lot too. So what do you need to be successful?
Having a person whose primary focus is public information, because we know that is kind of the bulk of what the public sees from my office, would be beneficial.
And
for
that's
sure.
what the part-time person does or the full-time?
That is mostly what the part-time person does. We average about 20 to 26 hours a week at any given point in time. Obviously, there's volatility in that, right? In public information, which is becoming an issue. But I mean, like I said, we gonna make it work with what we can
Yeah,
get.
let's see if something that we can talk with the college for something like that. For a match or, and that's something they may be willing to do either through TWC or the college. And then at that time, you're training somebody and you're using matching funds. All we can do is ask.
Absolutely.
I do, because that position, that department has taken a lot of hits the entire time that I've been on the council. I just want to make sure that I would like to see that department be one of our best when it comes to efficiency, when it comes to working with our attorney, postings, all of that. And I know that is a blind spot that we need to fix immediately. And that's why I'm asking about trying to see what we can do to try to get her what she needs to be successful. And maybe try some unconventional ways too of working with our local community colleges and maybe be able to have something. That's just a conversation.
Certainly. Yes, Councilwoman Yancey, absolutely. We can do that. Originally, her request, as she mentioned, was for 3 full-timers, herself plus 2 more. So in total, she was adding or requesting the addition of actually, no, originally it was 3 full-timers, total of 4. We cut that down to instead of 4 to 2.5 is what the request is today. Right now, she is getting some extra help in the part-time variety as far as extra help. And that's proven to be pretty efficient. We did it a couple of times last year as well. And then at the end of last year and then to this year, it's proved to help a lot, especially when it comes to digitizing and cleaning up files.
Right.
And our mission, our goal to become paperless, that's one of the biggest things we're doing. And we also know we have a lot of big records projects that we would like to tackle. And we would like for this office to assist in that manner.
So let's see, Cesar, if we can cut 18,000 or 9,000 and try to get a match.
Yeah.
for that.
I would be in favor of cutting the whole finding 18. I'm sure it'd be easy to find $18,000 in this budget. If in fact, the majority of council believes that they want to bolster that office, I would go along with it.
So that's all I have. I do want to get a deputy manager for you. Deputy managers definitely help. And then for the new public affairs assistant to try to see if we can do a match with the college. So that 60,000 will go down to 30,000. And if we couldn't do it full-time, maybe part-time. Would that work for you, JB? If you did it, if it was part-time? If we could just to get you something?
I would say it depends on what we're looking at in this next year, just to
Right.
remind y'all, it's our 70th, as well as
Right.
all of the events that we have for this upcoming year.
Right. And I would like that person to definitely be the community liaison, the ad hoc staff person that will work on all our community, groups that works for the events, how Tech City does it. I'm just gonna say that, and they do. Yeah, that's different. Yeah, I see. But someone from our staff that would work, that, would be able to be on those committees for the 4th of July, the Juneteenth, that person that's always meeting with those groups, the one that gets it started. And that may be something that a college student or community college person could work with as we groom them for city government. My biggest thing is there's a lot of our kiddos here in town that have never been exposed to our city government. And this is a way that perhaps we can work with our community colleges and try to do those type of programs, meaning in her office, as far as grooming someone, getting them ready for city government, and also when it comes to PR. And they are looking for that. Our community college under Dr. Warren Nichols, they are looking for those type of partnerships to match certain things. So, and that bond just got approved, one of their biggest bonds. So I think the city, that's an avenue I think that we need to look into, see what we can do. Okay, our TWC numbers are not the best because they say we don't go after those dollars that the state of Texas has put in there for TWC for Galveston County. So I want to make sure that that's not something that we're not. I know we're getting more involved in it every year, right? Every year. They are slow. I just found out about someone that just got added on that had been in the process, the onboarding for the last 3 months. 4 months, and y'all finally got her on. So I think if we can talk to and I'll talk to Aaron Demerson about it, to try to get that onboarding process done a little faster so that we can use the state funds, what they're supposed to be, and that's supposed to be for city government, right? So we don't always have to dip into our own budgets. We can actually use those funds that are there for workforce. So that may help. For now, I've just put it down to 30,000. And we may need to chop it even more in order to get you a proficient deputy. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
That's all I have. Oh, and street repair. I want some more in street repair.
Whatever's left over. Whatever's left over
Brown
from
and
there.
Jefferson. Okay.
James,
So Chief Merriman, since you're on, is there any way that we had previously talked and never sat back down and talked again about looking at possibly cutting out more of your overtime and turning some of your hourly employees into salaried employees? Is that still an option?
That currently is a collective bargaining issue that would have to come up amongst them. The only people in admin that are hourly are the administrative assistant and the EMS captain and the fire marshal, who are subject to being called in 24/7 to investigate fires and run calls. The guys that are salary that don't get paid for that are myself and deputy chief. Cutting out overtime of the collective bargaining agreement would be a union discussion between you guys and the local 3282.
Just wanted to see if that was an option, especially with your administrative assistant and such. And now I know are they eligible for the stipend that was in here for emergency management and all that stuff also?
Those are not included in the current package. We were not able to put those in this package, nor the EMS position, nor a few other requests that were made.
Gotcha.
And my administrative assistant is a tier 1 employee. So if she's stuck here during a hurricane and not getting paid for it, plus at her current pay rate, that doesn't seem at $38,000 a year, being stuck here in the emergency operations center during a hurricane and not being compensated for that doesn't seem like a very fair thing for her.
Don't we get funds for that though? Don't we get emergency funds for hurricanes when that happened? I know in the past.
Reimbursement
It's-
later on.
If a disaster is declared,
Disasters declared, okay.
up
And
to
then you can get paid back.
87.5%.
Okay, that's what I thought.
It comes back. Like right now, we're still dealing with stuff from. What was the biggest storm that we dealt with recently?
Harvey.
Harvey, we're still clearing out. We're still clearing out. Ike. Well, Ike, I think we're done with. Harvey's the one that, the latest one that we're clearing out.
You mean clearing out?
We're still working on Yuri, the freeze.
Oh, yeah,
Yuri,
yeah.
still
First,
done.
okay.
Yuri, I know we're still working on, but that was the most recent one. Takes years to get that back.
James, were you done?
Yeah. I agree with pretty much what everybody else has said. I don't like to sit down and learn the true difference between your public works project coordinator and your new program project manager. And see how we can combine that, but 3% pay raise is pretty much where I'm at, and any extra money needs to go to our street repair. 'Cause
Ye-
it's-
Did you hear that, Caesar?
I heard 3%, sir. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get another staff person here to join us.
He said
I
3%.
would like to understand the difference between your public works project coordinator and your new program project manager, why there's two different people there.
Certainly. The project coordinator is already existing. It just hasn't been hired right now. And that person is more working on your projects that are already coming down the pipe, your infrastructure project. So they work hand in hand, day in and day out on those projects, whether it's working with contractors, engineers, permitting, whatever has to happen to make those happen. The other side, the program manager, is a lot of the program and projects that our office has received, along with any assistance that is needed by any of the boards that the liaisons cannot meet. So whoever the staff liaisons are, whether it's Keeler Mar Beautiful or Parks Force, excuse me. Sorry. Those would be the ones that would be the staff person that would assist with some of those projects. But a lot of projects, we don't have anybody that, like, as was mentioned before, that really delves in and day out with special events and a lot of different added things that are added throughout the year. That's more what those positions were being requested as. So one is more infrastructure, while another one is more day-to-day, more forward-facing, and trying to provide more programs for the community, whether in the park capacity or in any capacity, just kind of programming for the city in general. That's why it's listed as program/project is what I put it as in the sheet. Because some of them are programs, some of them are more project-based. Not, it was different here. We worked on this.
Right, no, I'm just trying to compare what we had here and difference that we're having here now, so.
Those on that page with the page that we're discussing, Caesar, those start dates are all October 1st.
Except the ones on that says 4 years.
Yes, and I just noticed that I'm missing one here. Which is the additional code for this year at the 6 months. I just noticed it now when you asked that question.
So when you say fiscal year versus 9 months, what are you saying? What are you trying to say?
So all these that say FY versus whatever amount of months, it would be full year. So in
Full
in
year
this
versus-
current fiscal year that we're in now, those folks were budgeted by the amount of time that's next to it. So for example, on page 1, the PD part-time evidence custodian was budgeted only for 9 months. However, next year's fiscal year or full year would be at a full amount, and that's what the difference is on the effect column.
Okay, so another area of savings then is like with our those 3 firefighters from those that whole fire captain line item. They're gonna have to promote those fire captains. I'm sure there's gonna be some sort of criteria, some sort of time frame for evaluation. They're gonna promote those 3. Then they're gonna do the same for the engineers. They're gonna, criteria evaluation, promote those 3. And then they're going to, or maybe simultaneously, I don't know, process. So what are we looking at? Maybe 6 months?
Actually, I did speak to Chief Merriman on this, and I think he's still on the call. So we put in there at 75%. That's why that amount of 253,579 is shown, and then the 75% to reflect the 9 months. Because we reflect the way we're planning on doing it, having all the changes take effect on average to average out to 75% of that salary, so that by January 1st, those changes would take place. So we curtailed that into understanding that's going to take about 3 months for us to do that. And that's why there was a 25% drop.
Okay, y'all are projecting 3 months instead of 6.
We're projecting 9 months instead of 12.
No, I mean, y'all are
Yes,
projecting to
yes.
have them on board in 3 months instead of
Yes, sir.
6. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Well, I think as far as this goes, there's ample direction. I think we are we're right at where we need to be. We're probably about maybe $50,000 to $100,000 off based on what you've heard from this part of council. I feel confident that you can find that in line items in the rest of the budget to make most of this work. I would say, again, some of these positions like deputy city manager, you want to put in the budget so that we can approve it. And then after that, we can figure out what that looks like. And so let's make sure we're doing it that way, based on council's direction. Doesn't really matter the title, doesn't really matter what the job functions will be.
Sure.
We just know that there's a person that will need to be there, and then the council at a later date will work with you on what that person will be doing and exactly how much compensation that person will have.
Right.
But I had a question before we move on to the next. And this is a question I think that James Osteen and James Ross have both been kind of asking. And then I think one that Ms. Yancey's been asking. The first question is the permitting fee, the total dollars. It seems like the numbers that you were working with are the numbers that you were providing, and your office is the final say as it relates to your staff, was showing us numbers that were more along the lines of a $2 million revenue stream from permits, whereas the numbers that were being generated from the developmental services / code enforcement, or however that worked, were as high as or trending toward 3 million. So that's $1 million difference in a project or trend. I wanted to give you a chance to thoroughly address that. And then Ms. Yancey has been asking us about the opioid settlement monies. Where are they? So those are 2 questions.
Certainly. Gus isn't on. He'll be joining this afternoon. He was handling the opioid settlement. So I, to my knowledge, we haven't received those funds yet. But I can follow up and give you a status update on that, or ask him to do so. On the other amounts that were given through development services, those are numbers that were provided by staff. I could tell you, just based on other numbers that same staff has provided, they're also different than what's provided to you in these actual packages that I received earlier today. That's why I'm going to go by what my finance director tells me that I can validate. All right. So between what we see that it's in the system and we see that we have and that our finance director can validate, that's what I feel comfortable going with here. Okay. I've now received 2 different sets of numbers, and I want to be able to validate exactly what that is. Okay. So I don't feel comfortable with this, like we talked about, being accurate, being transparent. I want to make sure what we're reporting up here is 100% accurate, and that I have the full comfort of putting my name behind. And I stand behind that when our finance director is saying that that's a number that we can report safely.
Well, you are the city manager. Your number is the final number, unless the council says otherwise.
Right.
So we just want to clarify.
Sure.
Now, in that difference in numbers, have you noticed if there is a difference in contacts or agreements, or in other words, the number seems to be high, but have you noticed there are more business entries as well, more inspections and things of that nature?
It's several pages of data to go through.
Okay,
I haven't
okay.
had a chance to go through yet. However, I'm going by the bottom line number that was given, and that's what I have to validate.
Very good. We'll stop there and move toward a break. Council, do we have any other questions? We've pretty much finally have given the city manager direction on the budget. I think we're all pretty much on the same page. So before we move from this to the certificates of obligation, are there any other questions or requests as it relates to this budget workshop and the current budget? We will have more time to debate and discuss as we move forward. But as it relates to the discussion right now, are there any more questions, concerns, or comments?
No.
Go
I
ahead.
just have
Susan.
one that I just received from Susie here. $31,056.06. We received this from the opioid settlement. That's already hit our account so far.
Is that the total?
31, that's, I can't tell you that's the total. I just know that that's how much has been received to date, according to the message she just sent me.
Say that
That's
again.
31,056.06 is what we received for the opioid settlement thus far.
Okay.
I just, as we were getting that.
Right,
that
sure.
information.
And
Very
what do those monies sit? Do they just sit by themselves?
Those end up being usually they'll fall into the miscellaneous revenues.
Miscellaneous, right? Okay.
That's where it's captured there.
So that's general fund revenue, basically.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That would count.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are at about 2:35. Again, the last portion of this budget workshop will be dedicated toward certificates of obligation, how much monies are available in them, what their earmarkings are. So this council can then direct the manager on projects that we would like to see completed in this next fiscal year through certificates of obligation money. Let's take a council 10-minute recess, 10-minute break, 15-minute break.
Yeah.
Let's take a 10 to 15-minute break based on Caesar getting the next portion of his information together, and we will return, let's say, 10 minutes, but possibly 15. Sir. Good afternoon. We're back in our budget workshop. We are finishing our budget workshop for 2023-2024 fiscal year. The last item of business is to once again go over the updated accurate numbers for our, I believe it's 7. Is that right, Mr. Garcia? 7 different certificates of obligation categories. I know some of them are refinances. So the ones that are not, we're going to go over the year, what they are earmarked for, and what available monies each fund has. And council, we are going to then help point those funds into a project, at least give him some sort of direction.
Certainly. Can I just,
Go ahead,
have that, Cal? Can I have that mouse when you can?
That was part of the capital improvement.
If you want, it was also that page 210 of your budgets. Page
210
210, it was that one page.
of the new budget.
In the new one, I believe it's 208. I have to play with this right here. All right.
What page 210?
I believe it's gonna show us 210 or 208 in the current one.
Oh, sorry.
We will print this out in a second, but it's gonna kind of be a working document right now. We can't, it's 205 in the brand new one I just gave you today.
Okay.
And 210 in the one that was already in your book, whichever one you prefer.
Okay.
That page didn't change, so. What I did is I recreated that sheet in Excel to make this a little bit easier as we're up here working on this.
Okay.
And I copied those numbers over, with the only difference being the wastewater treatment plant. I added back what would have been that $750,000. So that's why that is listed as such. Okay. That's the difference of what's shown below in that area.
Where are you at, Caesar? I'm sorry.
The wastewater treatment plant,
Is that where it says wastewater treatment plant bar screen or match?
right up on that page that you're on.
Oh, okay, I see
Up
up
top,
top. See,
2020.
2020? Okay, now
Right.
tell me what you're saying again. I'm
So you
sorry.
see where it shows 1,381,000.
Yes, sir.
34. Okay. So what that number represents, I want to point your eye to that number. When you come over here and you look at what that number represents, okay? Susie puts that down as 2.690. If you look at your sheet that you have on there, that $2,690,000, right? And then she subtracts things that we've already committed. So
Okay.
these are things that are already committed. I'm gonna put them in a different color for the sake of our conversation. These are already committed. Okay. These 3. Sorry, try to do this from afar. All right, those amounts are already committed. So that's where she backs those out. Those 3 amounts combined, all right, add up to the 559,800. That's what those are, okay? All right. So when you add them back in, that's part of that. In addition to that, originally the bar screen, right? If you notice in your page, it was budgeted at $750,000. That was pre-construction, pre-bid, and full project scope. We've now learned that the true cost of that project is actually $1,351,250. So down below where it says in the middle section where it says wastewater treatment plant WWTP bar screen, that number down there should read, instead of 750,000, it should read 1,351,250. Going right back up above where it shows the 2.6 on your page. Now you can correlate the numbers back to what we have up here. Okay. This 2.690 represents what's currently available right now that hasn't been spent yet in the 2020 CO bond, which was specifically towards wastewater treatment plant designated projects.
Where are you at?
This 2 million. Let me zoom in a little bit more. Sorry. There's 2,690,000.
That represents what?
The total amount left in the 2020 CO bond that has yet to be spent. However, you notice Susie's already earmarked the matching funds that we have to pay for the
Right.
3 outstanding grants.
So they're not spent yet, but they're actually earmarked, so
They're
we
earmarked.
cannot spend them.
Correct.
Got you.
Correct. So if I take these three numbers, I'm doing this as we're going along, please, so bear with me, all right? Hit enter for me. Okay. Thank you. As we do that, this is gonna be out of 2020, right? So this number is gonna be reduced here. Obviously, we'll have to clean this up, but this is just what I did on the 15-minute break. Now let's talk about other things that we have allocated and that we've discussed. We brought to you Mary Melody, the overage, right? We know in the Mary Melody Drainage Project, we brought to you that we may be up to $600,000 over, right? We've earmarked those dollars. That we said that we know for a fact, without a shadow of a doubt, that we know we're going to be over the amount that was given to us. We exhausted every route, additional funds. We went to the funding agency. We even went to DD2, Drainage District 2, asked for assistance. That's not available. So this $600,000 here is technically already earmarked. Is it spent yet? No, but we know we're going to need to spend up to $600,000 to complete that project. You've already committed to. Take us back to the bar screen. Rick, I see that you're on. If you could unmute yourself. For those who may not understand what a bar screen is, could you quickly tell us what it is and why we need to fix it?
The bar screen is a rack that removes solids from the wastewater system stream that's coming into the wastewater treatment plant before it flows into our treatment basins. It basically removes rags and such that is coming down with the wastewater. We've had multiple issues with that screen over the last few years. It has caused massive overflows at the plant because that screen blocks up with flow and the flow starts overflowing onto the ground, which is a violation both on the wastewater treatment permit and our stormwater permit. We've put a fair amount of money into it over the last few years. It's an older screen unit and it's slated for replacement.
Rick, this is one of the items that you're hoping to bring to council before the end of this month at the second meeting on August 28th. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So this 1.35250 is already a necessity. Rick has just explained what it's for. Could you take a moment and explain another upcoming item that will be coming to council for consideration? The next one that we talk about is Main Street sanitary sewer. Could you tell us briefly what that is and what it's for?
Well, the Main Street sanitary sewer, that is actually two separate lines that are on Main Street. One is the Bayou sanitary line. Once again, we've had multiple sanitary sewer overflows on Bayou on a manhole south of or west of Scott. That overflow is being caused by a deficiency in that pipe at Main Street. And this project will fix that deficiency. We also have a similar problem at Erickson. It's not quite as bad, but we found a serious situation with that here a while back and tagged that one for upgrade also. So it's basically relocating two different manholes, correcting some flow issues. This would also get rid of the SSO, reoccurring SSO, sanitary sewer overflow that we have on Bayou, which is a violation to permit again.
These are the type of projects we need to get complete so we can avoid TCQ fines. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Is that what sort of category would that be in? Is that sewer?
This would count as sewer.
Sewer.
Yes, sir. The Main Street one.
And what's the amount, price tag on it again?
196,800. You know what?
In that 2016, I've got it on the memo that we had prepared preliminarily for the 2020 bond, but it would also apply to that 2016 bond, which if you notice that 16 bond and the word SSO is in there, that is particularly applying to this project because that's what this project is for, is a sanitary sewer overflow.
Yeah, I'm getting you printouts of this too. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to make it a working document, but it's probably better suited for you guys to have. Rick, quickly, Westward stormwater improvements. Talk to us about those. Where are those on Westward and what briefly are they?
So the westward, and that we've got a misspelling there. It's actually Westwood, WOOD. So the Westward project is over off of 1764. That subdivision, similar to Marion Melody, was built without a stormwater system. So the stormwater basically sheet flows to drainage channels. We've done phase one on that project. That was completed a couple of years ago, a year and a half ago, right prior to my arrival. And this is a continuation of those stormwater improvements. One of the things we need to do is a slight upgrade to the project that actually got done phase one, because that water is not moving as anticipated. And we've got some neighbors, some residents in that area that have discussions with me almost since my arrival here in the Marque regarding that drainage system. So this would also improve that. We're actually looking at putting in a closed pipe conduit system to move that wastewater. It's pretty flat over there. We really don't have a lot of options. The original plan was to run an open ditch, but that water just is unable to move because of the slope. Putting in a closed pipe system gets rid of standing water. The water's still there, it's just inside of a pipe. It'll eventually move itself to 1764, but so that incorporates an additional some repairs on the streets that has deteriorated because of standing stormwater issue, and improving that drainage system on the west side of that subdivision, and then fixing, like I say, the prior project.
The three that are at the end, or two of the three, the next two, Orange and Prune Water Line is a water line project, and Maple and Cedar Sewer Line project. Those are two different projects that Rick and staff have identified in the very recent past. Talk about those briefly, Rick.
Well, around 4th of July, actually, we had a major pipeline failure that runs in an easement between Orange and Prune, between 10th and 11th Avenue. We could not get that water line recharged after making repairs. It kept breaking. We ended up having to put a 2-inch temporary water line that's sitting above ground right now. And we tapped everybody into that 2-inch water line. We need to put in a permanent water line underground. The plan is to put in a 4-inch water line between 10th and 11th. As you know, eventually all those water lines over there will get replaced. But at this point in time, we're just not prepared to try to relocate these water lines out in front of the properties as we're planning on doing. We just need to get a more permanent fix for this particular block, so we can get rid of that 2-inch water line that's sitting above ground. And then most recently, we found a major problem with the Maple sewer line that actually ties into Cedar. Once again, this is over on the east side of Oak. It's a short run. We actually need to get in there and put in a new sewer pipe. The old one is in bad shape, and we've got some backups over there on some residents' homes. There's not a lot of homes on this line, but they still need sewer. And it's, like I say, it's a short run, so it's not a real expensive project, but it is a project, needless to say.
So the last item is the $2.1 million that's slated here. This is the Main and Lake water line repair that was brought to you back in September of 22 that we have started working on with the main part of it, the Main Street water line repair side of things. But the total for those two water line repairs would equate to roughly $2.1 million. In a nutshell, these are the amount of projects that we have that we know we are of a pretty grave nature to get done. They equate to $5.2 million in total capital improvements that we need to do that are tied to these bonds or can be qualifying expenses with these bonds, except for one thing, which is here. this $750,000 renovation of other municipal buildings cannot be categorized towards that. Total, there's almost 4.4 available. However, we're still at 5.2, not including that. So if I could just, let me just do this roll here. I'm gonna make this 0 for the sake of our conversation. That's the difference of the two. Technically, for these qualifying projects that are listed below that fall under utility system repair, where we have 402 available, utility infrastructure, sanitary sewer, or wastewater treatment plant projects, or this wastewater treatment plant projects that we have less, specifically why these bonds were attained. Those total amounts total $5.2 million worth of projects, of which we only have $3.6 million. So besides the fact that there's this public perception that there's all these dollars out there, these dollars are projects that we're trying to prepare down the pike to do, and we actually don't even have enough to do the projects we need. These are not wants, these are needs. We've already committed these dollars here to match the millions of dollars that we're getting in grant funds. We talked about Mary Melody, that's technically also a match. We've talked about the bar stream, which was the main reason why that bond was sought. That's also tied to that project as well. So the dollars are scarce when we talk about projects and what we can do. The only thing untouched right now for the sake of this presentation that I've reduced to 750,000 is the renovation of other municipal buildings, as was shared by Seifel the other day when they did their presentation. That's the only thing that I've subtracted from this now. And those are things that we've also asked in part of the packages to earmark for certain things, such as moving courts over to City Hall to accommodate more space for police, and also to try to make some repairs and some upgrades to that police station. In hindsight, that we were not able to get them a brand new police station, at least start some of those repairs on that site.
So basically, Caesar, what I'd like to do, what I think is helpful for the council to do is, while we can see that it may not be a lot of money, I think part of the sentiment in our community is that we are, and not towards you, just in general.
Sure.
You know, we approved X amount of dollars in 2007 for infrastructure work, and 2016 for infrastructure work, and in 2020. So the idea is that we need to now get as many of these projects earmarked for these monies and get these projects going to get them done. And so I guess we can look at how many projects we can get done, council. We can take it year by year if you like, 2007, 2016, and 2020. Or we can take it all together. That's a little messy as far as, clarity. But we have to give Mr. Garcia direction so that we can earmark these dollars so that this conversation in our community can be over. We're not holding on to any of those CO monies. We're actually making sure those dollars are going to work. Council, do we want to break it down and start with 2007?
No, that's fine.
Hearing nothing. I'm sorry, James, go ahead.
What money is from 2007?
Looks like there are $402,090 still uncommitted from 2007. Is that correct,
Yes,
Caesar?
sir.
But
Yes,
is
sir.
that the
That's correct.
match? Is that, well, that's
No,
not.
that's
Not the match.
That's not the match. So I guess then we could, Caesar, based on what you're showing us, we could take that money and kind of earmark it to some of these projects in the black, is what you're saying.
That is correct.
Okay.
That is correct.
So if that's true, we can earmark those $402,000 theoretically to go toward this Mary and Melody overage. Would that work?
If I can chime in, I guess just a thought here from me is that I'm looking at that $402,000 match on that wastewater treatment plant against $402,000 from 2007. It seems like to me that's a pretty even match.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, Rick, how it's allocated. We just want to make sure that for the record, it's A, legal, B, consistent with the CO, and C, documented by our city clerk once and for all, so that everybody can know the direction that we're giving the city manager as relates to these monies. So if that works, that's fine. Kiara, did you get that?
Can you repeat it for me one more time? Our city attorney is running a little behind,
Sure.
so.
There are $402,000 in the 2007 CO budget. Sounds like they are for the utility system. If that's true, sounds like the city manager is proposing those $402,000 be earmarked for a match on what, Rick?
The $402,000 on the wastewater treatment plant.
Okay. Council, do we have any objection for those monies to be earmarked for that? If it's legal.
Certainly. One, yes, if it's legal. Two, obviously, we're accommodating so we can bring back action for you at a council meeting.
Right.
Just to
Right.
clarify that.
Right now, what we are doing is giving you direction on these monies that were uncommitted so that this question can be resolved in the community and it can be on record.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's those monies that have been allocated. Now we move to 2016, which is $555,000 for utility infrastructure, a wastewater treatment plant. The SSO is that stormwater?
Storm sanitary sewer.
Sanitary sewer, okay. There are $555,000 that need to be allocated. Again, can we allocate that, please, to the Mary Melody project? 555,000, looks like they need 600,000 that work. We broke ground on that.
Yes, that would be a qualifying.
Council, do
question.
we have any objections to that? $555,000 according to council's consensus. From the 2016 CO for utilities will be moved toward the overages of Mary and Melody Lane.
Can we also?
If I might chime in again, it's the Mary Melody Lane project is a stormwater project. It may or may not apply against that 2016 bond. I couldn't tell you, I'm not the expert there. The utility portion of that bond technically might be able to apply towards the stormwater utility, which we have stormwater set up in our ordinance as a utility. I know Susie Koo, the finance director, was concerned about that original funding. And I believe we tied that, when we brought that to council, we purposely, I know she talked to the bond attorney, and we were able to apply it to the 2020 bond based on the wording that was in that 2020 bond. I don't know, I don't believe that there was a conversation about tying that overage to the 2016 bond.
That doesn't matter, Rick. If it can't be tied there, we'll figure it out. You said y'all had discussions, so council back that out. Kiera back that out. We're still trying to fund the 2016 CO that was approved by council. There's a $196,000 sewer work. Looks like a work request. There's a $264,000 stormwater. Would that work, Rick? Or no?
Well, once again, I don't know what the wording is on that 2016 bond. So, yeah.
That's
I don't
fine.
know if it would apply to stormwater, particularly speaking, without getting some legal advisement there.
That's
from
fine.
Dawn, I guess.
That's fine. Let's back that out. 196.
So what
You
about?
could tie in the other matches for the lift station for the GLO projects, the 82,000 and the 75,000.
Okay, 82 plus 75. Go ahead, James. I heard you talking.
What about the Maple and Cedar sewer line? That's 55,000.
That would work. And so would the Main Street sanitary sewer line, of course, because that is an SSO repair. That absolutely would apply.
So the Main Street
So
sanitary sewer, did you just say that?
Yes, sir.
The, did you say the Maple and Cedar, James?
yes,
The Maple and Cedar,
that was an easy one. That drops us down to $500,000 right there.
and did you say GLO match for lift stations and manholes, Rick?
Yes, I would think they would apply because that's utility infrastructure, again, manholes and lift stations.
82 plus 75 plus 196 plus 55. That leaves us, that's 408,000 of the 555,000.
And toss in that orange and prune water line.
Which one? Orange and prune?
Yes, sir.
All right, we tossed in the orange and prune water line.
So we're doing, let me make sure I got this right. We're doing the lift stations, the manhole covers, the maple and cedar, and the Main Street sewer and water for 196, right?
Yes. And then I think orange and prune will fit in there too.
Yeah, I'm trying to follow with the spreadsheet. If we could just. Give
You
me
trying
just
to
a
slow down?
split
Okay,
second.
yeah, let's slow down. a
So
little
in
bit.
2007, what have we allocated so far? The only thing I've got allocated to 2007 was the 95,000.
2007's done because we put that 402, sir.
82,000,
Okay,
Susan?
so hold on, let me just, 402 is in here now, and this is all assuming that it's allowable.
Right, all of this is a
So now I'm gonna drop this to 0.
city attorney
Gotcha.
review.
Okay, now we're gonna go back to 2007, so now we're over,
We'll move that 95 out, sir. There you go.
which, now we're moving the 95,000 over to,
2016.
Yes, sir.
gotcha. So
And
this,
the other two matches, sir. The 82 and the 75 will go over there.
okay, I think I'm caught up now, yes?
And then the 196, 800.
Yeah,
Sorry,
196.
let me do this because our box is in the way there. Okay, that's better. All right, 196 is there as well?
And that leaves you 50,718.
Yep, that's correct. Gotcha. We're on the same page.
Okay, now let's try to tackle the $2.6 million in the 2020. You had commitments already, right?
I did, but I can
Okay.
back some out because technically back this one out. And I can back this one out.
Okay,
So, because we allotted them here,
so now you have $739,000.
correct? And I will just remit the fact that we've already pretty much committed to a portion of this 2.1 to begin.
To that 2020. Do you know how much?
20. Rick, how much of this has already been,
Engineering's already in a work order. It's 275,000. And we have got to build that water line and it's gonna be $900,000, 850 to 900. I'd put in 900.
but this is for which one? Main Street or?
Well, that's only for Main Street. I mean, we could hold off on building Lake. The Lake Main Street project together to construct new water lines on Main and on Lake is $2.1 million.
Okay, but what you're suggesting right now for Main Street only, how much of that 2.1 is for Main Street? Is that?
So the engineering is 275 and then another 900 for construction of Main Street.
7.5? Well, plus some zeros. There we go.
So we'll be 435,000 if we did that in the negative in that CO.
Correct. So we would either have to move some out of there, a portion of that elsewhere, a portion of the $600,000 elsewhere, or the portion of the 1.3 elsewhere.
The 1.3 is covering a bar screen,
Correct. And that's pretty much an all or none project.
and the 600,000 is drainage.
Correct.
Yeah.
So move that, I can't see, sir, if you can move that, slide that over to the box there, at least on my end.
I'll do this. We'll get you almost out of the way. You're in a corner now. Sorry, I got better. Okay. That's probably.
So let me ask you this. Let's go back and let me think about this because I want to make sure that I understand it. And nobody has done anything other than give you permission to give us 90 days with Republic on the agreement with with Republic sludge going through our system.
Correct.
That if that bears out, right? And we're able to do that in a safe and healthy way.
Yes, sir.
Those monies would go to what? Would that go to our utilities?
It would go to our utility side, yes.
So let me ask you this, and again, we're thinking this through. If those numbers, and we can negotiate, if those numbers end up being $500,000 to $600,000,
Yes, sir.
could we then take that for that first year's monies and then allocate that toward finishing the job on the 2020 CO?
Answer your question, I don't know, but I can find out.
Because if that's true, then it seems like we might be able to resolve all of these issues on this list. If we can get some sort of guarantee based on trends, past experiences and things like that, that we can actually do this for a year in a safe way.
Correct. We would
Counsel,
still need to get over the 3-month trial and bring that data back
Right.
for review, but
Right.
yes, sir.
Right.
So-
And the only project that's not allocated so far looks like this 264,000 for that Westwood Stormwater Improvement Project that Rick mentioned earlier. That's the only one that's not allocated so far.
And so if that, so I guess my direction, personal direction to you, Caesar, is if the first thing that I just suggested, that revenue stream, if we aren't confident, and that doesn't seem like it's going to be something that will move forward, where we can finish this, perhaps we might need to double back and switch gears and do the design like Rick said, and maybe try to get the Westwood storm improvement since it's lower.
Yes, sir. We can then turn around and pivot at that time.
Okay.
Now, this is also assuming that you wanted to get no more additional funding for anywhere else. A large part of that, this $402,000 match, correct me if I'm wrong, Rick, is not due until the end of the project.
Well,
I'm glad you brought that up, sir, because I was going to bring that up. So there's a couple of things on the matches for GLO that the governing body needs to know about. So the $402,000 certainly is the big dog on the wastewater treatment plant. That also includes the lift station projects. The wastewater treatment plant, most likely, I mean, our best estimate right now is 2027. 2026 to 2027 before that project is done. Those funds will not be due until at the end. So the same is true for the lift station, $82,000, and the same for the manholes. Those funds do not need to be expensed right away. So one of the things that council could consider is we're sitting on $400,000 from the 2006 bond. That money could be used on an active project rather than sitting on that money for another, 3 years. Even if it's earmarked, the reality is we're earmarking that money for something that we're not going to need for 3 years. I don't know, and I saw what Mr. Garcia did there again. What I don't have the particulars on, and I can't counsel you on that, I guess, is depending on how those early bonds were written, whether they would cover stormwater projects or not. So that was my concern with that 2007 and the 2016 bond. The 2020 bond actually had language in there about street and stormwater. So that's why we were able to tie that westward money to the 2020 bond. And that has generally been approved already by city council on the Mary Melody overage. So I don't know, I just don't know what to tell you if we could use those earlier bond monies to cover that westward stormwater improvement project or not. It is a utility. Stormwater is considered a utility. So from my perspective, I could draw the correlation, but whether the bond attorney would do that, depending on how that bond was written, is beyond my expertise.
Yeah. Council, I think that we I think that we should leave this as is, based on making sure that with bond counsel and with our attorney, that all of this, that we are actually making the proper earmarks. And if that's true, then the only number, Caesar, that we would really have to to really look at adjusting is whatever will happen with the main and the lake water line. And that would be tied to the Republic, whatever the agreement we would be able to make with Republic. If it's successful, if the citizens are happy, then we would be able to use those monies to finish those projects. And the only thing that we would have outstanding is the Westwood stormwater, which we might be able to tackle with additional grant funding, ARPA, other funds and things of that nature. If that does not look like it will bear out to be a good deal for the citizens of Lamarque, the Republic deal, then we would leave ourselves with a $435,000 deficit in which the council could then choose to pivot and add the Westwood stormwater improvement and maybe direct another portion of that toward streets. But the goal is to make sure that these funds, all of these funds are legally expended by the end of the year so that we can clear those out. And my last statement would be the 2018 bond, the $750,000. My direction to you is bring before council a plan to bring maybe municipal courts back. But I don't want us to, I want to make sure that we leave funding in there for if there needs to be a match for some sort of forward movement toward if there is more discussion about a public safety building, right? We want to be able to have those monies if we needed to move forward this year to support that. Not saying that that would occur. We're just saying we simply don't know what we will need. So if you would leave a little monies in that fund to address our facilities, then I think we would have a good deal.
Certainly. Obviously, this is why it's been so complicated and so hard to explain, because as you can tell, if this is just us up here looking at the numbers and I'm going, that's why maybe some things are getting confused outside. We will clean this up. We will bring this back. I appreciate the support. I'm sure I see some officers here in the room. They'll be supportive towards us trying to get some of that stuff done in the PD, which is much needed. And then also, like we mentioned, moving courts back here to City Hall in some capacity. I know we went through a lot. I know this is, it seems confusing, but hopefully this makes it a little bit clear. We want to make sure that we address what all the balances are. We do need to go back and verify all these things, verify what is allowed, Mayor.
Sure.
Just as you mentioned, make sure that it's allowable. I'll sit with our bond counsel and make sure that if these projects, we'll present these projects to them and make sure that they're allowable. We'll clean up what's been allocated already, and then we'll come back to you with something more refined.
Very good. Let's make sure we're gonna definitely add Ms. Yancey's and Mr. Ross' comments, but let's make sure everything that we're talking about, a simple sheet of information. We've allocated these monies. Let's make it very clear for us to understand, very clear for the public to understand, so nobody has any misunderstanding about how much these monies are and where they're supposed to be going in 23/24.
Certainly, Mayor.
Thank you.
One item for clarification for everybody's benefit, the Main Street water line, that we've got a signed contract right now with Attico for $274,000 to do design work on both Main and Lake. So that was a combined contract to do design work on both those. They are 75%, almost 80%, maybe even 90%, done with the Main Street water line design. Main Street water line construction is planned to happen prior to December of this year because of the TxDOT Main Street sidewalk project. So we need to get that water line in prior to TxDOT building those sidewalks. So that Main Street water line really needs to be considered a priority. And like I said, that number right now, I need to verify one thing that I don't know if I can do just talking with you right now, but the project's totals were like 850,000 and Lake was, I think, 1.3 or something. So the total was at 2.1, and that included engineering. So to finish Main Street is probably, if we had to put a pencil on it right now, I'd tell you at least $1 million. I mean, we're committed already to 274 for engineering. So the construction on Main Street, if it was $775,000, 750, $800,000, we're still gonna be committed to about $1 million, a little bit over $1 million, just to get the Main Street water line done. And that, like I said, the sidewalk project is going out to bid in December of this year from TxDOT. And they're expecting us to get this water line in prior to them starting construction of that sidewalk.
Again, this is where we start to kind of get lost and confused. We just had a plan. We talked about the plan. And then we start adding stuff to the plan and dates. I don't.
Mayor, we'll make sure we get this cleaned up. And Main Street water lines is something that you've already approved. We said we're gonna get that done. We will work it out fiscally so that it matches within what we have.
Very good. James, you want to?
James Osteen, 2012, Jaredonna. My first question, because I'm confused, is why did the wastewater treatment plant bar screen since last week, when we got this information, go up $601,000? If you look at this here, it says bar screen, $750,000. But up there it says it's $1,003,051. The bar screen there says $1,351,250. Here it says the bar screen is $750,000.
Rick, would you like to describe the difference or the jump from the time that you or your predecessor may have put this
See what I'm talking about?
$750,000 in there?
So the $750,000 number was an older number for the bar screen that was done some years back. We recently have received a work order from Attico Engineering to do that what we refer to as the Headworks bar screen project. There's a few other issues at that facility that needs to get done along with the bar screen, including a compactor, structural issues with the concrete structure. We need to replace 2 large sluice gate valves that haven't been working in years. So there's more work than just the bar screen. So I've actually got that project listed as a Headworks/bar screen project, but it's not just a matter of replacing the bar screen anymore. And that evidently wasn't considered in the past, and that number that was brought over, the 750, was just an old number that.
So what you're telling me and the counselor is that's not good information right there. Y'all gave wrong information.
Well, the 750 was brought through from, I think that was brought through from finance, right? I mean, it was brought through from finance prior to us getting new numbers, because we were working on getting new numbers for that project.
Well, that's Rick, that 750 by this here is what helped you figure out how much uncommitted money you're going to have left over.
Right.
So, but this right here says that you're going to have uncommitted balance of $1,381,134. But now you're saying you're going to have what, 2,690,000 uncommitted?
Yes, that balance of 1.3 that's shown on that screen, Mr. Osteen, on that spot, was assuming the 750. So what I did is I added the 750 back in along with the GLO matches, and then we started fresh to back them out. That's how we started the presentation. So that's why the true amount shows the 2.6 that is also shown on that sheet.
Okay.
That sheet was subtracting it at 750. We now know there's new amounts.
But before you ever started adding and subtracting, up here at the top, it says 2020 CO wastewater treatment plant uncommitted was 1,381,134. So how you getting another $1 million uncommitted?
So
Because that's confusing.
So if you look at that line, that 1.3381,134
Mhm.
is a breakdown of the next section. what originally was done with the original amounts of, there's uncommitted and truly uncommitted, because we haven't spent the money yet, right? So if you look at that number, that variation breakdown there, the 402,000, the 82,800, and the 75,000 equates to 559 of that amount. Then the 750,000 of the bar screen for the original amount that we thought they were added back in to show the total of 2.690 that's up there. We basically on the screen had to recreate the sheet based on new data that we have, that we know the project's no longer going to be 750, but still not changing the amount of uncommitted that we had, which is still true to what's shown on the sheet, which matches what we have up there of the 2,690,000. $2,690,000.
Does Susie agree with that?
Does Susie agree with?
With your number, your new numbers on this new sheet?
It's not a new number, Mr. Osteen. It's the same number she has. If you notice on there.
It's not the same numbers, because I'm looking at the example, I'm looking at 750 for a bar screen, and now I'm looking at over 1 million and something. So it's not the same numbers as this.
The balance, the unspent balance of 2.6 that she shows on this screen is the same amount that we showed here.
Yeah, I realize that.
She estimated at 750,000 because that was the original number that she received under previous administration for this work. 750,000 is what she had originally in there. We now know, as what Rick just explained, that the project cannot be done for 750 because that would not cover the entire scope. That would not cover everything that's needed. That's why the 750 was put back in, as was shown here on her sheet, as well as what's on the screen.
You know, it's back to what I said from the start. This council cannot make good decisions with bad numbers. I am sorry, but when you give me a proposed budget, it's supposed to be right. And that's what I spend hours at home at night going over this budget to try to make sure we don't get bid on down the road. And I got to work with made up numbers. That's what they are. That's a made up number, that 750,000. How long have you known it was going to be 1.3 million for a bar screen? How long have you known that?
Less than 24 hours. Mr.
24
Osteen?
hours.
Less than 24 hours.
So
What that item hasn't come before council yet. It's not even up
Yeah.
due until August 28th.
Well, and like the mayor just said, now you're adding stuff to it. And just like this here, we got some concrete work to do to it, and we got some other stuff to do to this bar screen. But like earlier, you know what I'm talking about, Mayor, he seems lost, but explain to him again.
No, let me say this.
Go ahead.
Let me say this. I've been here 2 years, Councilman Osteen.
What now?
I've been here 2 years, 2 years. This is information we have never received. This information right here has never been put in a budget book from anyone.
And you ought to be upset about that.
And we are getting information now that we've never gotten before. Now, I'm not here to place blame. I'm here to provide solutions, and let's look at it. Was it $750,000 when it was allotted, 3 or 4 years ago? When the grant first went out, right? When that work first was requested to get those funds. We know that came about in 2017 after Hurricane Harvey, when cities across the state, particularly smaller cities, were given grant opportunities that normally larger cities get, right? And so now what I'm hearing, and correct me if I'm wrong, Cesar and Rick, is that the work that would cost 750,000 is now 1.351250.
It is estimated.
It is
We have not
estimated
yet
that-
gone out to bid. That is a preliminary estimation of the work
Right.
based on the initial
Right.
response from engineering for us to bring this item to you for review.
So because I take offense to that when you say something like that, as far as we're getting made up numbers. I don't believe we're getting made up numbers. I'm hearing what you said, which is these are numbers that was given by the estimate of the engineers presently.
Yes,
You
sir.
said because these are numbers that we've asked for before and we've never received. Joe and I have asked for these numbers to know what are the uncommitted balances. And now for the first time, because we put pressure on you to ask, what do we have? What does this city have in every account? What is left over? And that's why we are taking a lot more time than we have before. And we did take the word of the finance director, even though we didn't get this.
Okay,
But we did it. But Joe, and he's not here, Joe has asked. When we bought other people before this council to ask questions about SB2 and all that, and being, new, we asked those questions. So I want to make sure that we're all on the same page because we value everyone's input. But we are trying to understand, because what I'm hearing, you're saying because of inflation, because work has changed and it's more expensive, the same job is now 1.3.
Actually, it's, and I'll let Rick go back to the specifics here. It's not necessarily the same job. The original scope of work is slightly different. There is
Okay.
more damage. After assessing our
Right.
wastewater facility, but there is more that needs to be done.
Right.
And one thing that we said we were going to pride ourselves on is it's not quality, or excuse me, it's not quantity, it'll be quality. We're going
Right.
to do the job and do the job right.
But as the mayor stated earlier, and I think you said it as well, I think what Councilman Osman is saying is that what is it, right? What are we doing? Are we doing this, the scope of work that we originally did, or according to you just now, you're saying that work has now been expanded a little bit more?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that's what you're saying. So,
In addition to probably some inflation that's tied in there, I would have to
right.
review those things that I received.
And I think that's what the mayor was saying earlier, and what you said is that we still have to go back, right? To our attorney, our bond counsel, to see even what we can do. And I think that's what you're saying. Well, we need to find that, because right now you're giving us estimations, and you're saying we need concrete numbers, better numbers.
You
That's
need
what
concrete numbers.
Actually,
And like you said, y'all asked for this at the first of the budget
Right.
meeting. You asked for how we stood on COs, and this is what they gave you.
Right.
Which, if
And-
you look at this, at the bottom, and that's what
Right.
I'm going by. It'd be great if we got to 2,960,990, if that's what we
Right.
got,
Right.
but that's not what it says up here.
And that's
It
based on
says,
the old
down
information.
here is where it says what you got. It says right down here, uncommitted balance, and that's what
Right.
the citizens go by. You see
Right.
that? It says uncommitted balance down here, 1.3 million. And then you're telling the council and the citizens, now you got 2 million.
Right. And that's based on new information from the
Mr. Osteen.
engineers. Okay.
And I just
If
don't
it's
want you to
okay,
get
like,
in a
I mean,
bind and spend more money than what you got on these
Right.
bonds.
I absolutely agree. And I
Well, the
appreciate
good
you
news
saying that.
is we didn't know, and apparently, I'm gonna be honest, since 2007, this information has not been privy to citizens. And let's be straight, this is the most transparent council we've ever had. That's great. But I think we need to be careful about what we say. Because it is, I mean, you're a brilliant man, and so are we. And it has been a little bit confusing. So what we want to do is make it as clear as possible, because someone can take what we say and twist it, and we know they do that, right?
Exactly.
So we want to make sure that we're saying on the record, this is information that this council, previous council, has not been privy to. And we need to know exactly what we have when it comes to the CO bond so that we can properly use them. I guess my question to some of you is what did we do in the past? Which is fine, but I digress. So Mayor, I think what Councilman Osteen is basically saying is, are these the final numbers? Are these the final numbers based on estimates, our estimate? And based on what you know,
Yeah,
are these-
and keep this in mind, Ms. Yancey, something that I don't think is fair.
Uh-huh.
When Rick was talking about the 1.35250 for a bar screen,
Uh-huh.
that the rags was in it and it wasn't catching rags and a few other things like that. He never told you anything about some of it's going to go to fix the concrete that's going this bad,
Oh, I agree with you. Now, that's what we do agree. That's what we're on the same
you know?
scope, because we need to know the scope of the work.
Go
What
to
is-
the work.
What is the scope of the work?
Yeah.
He has just said that the scope has expanded, but he also just said, like the mayor said, we still need to check with with our attorney and our bond counsel to see if even we can include that.
And I would like to just make note this hasn't even come to council yet, which is
Right.
why you haven't received it yet.
Right.
We're being preemptive
But we're doing it because it's a part of the budget.
because we
need
know
to
what's coming
Right.
down the pipe. We're being prudent.
Right, right,
We're looking to see ahead.
right. And we want to
Sorry
make
if it's,
sure.
if
yeah,
it's
It's
seeming
a-
lost. It's not lost. It's just I'm in bewilderment.
Right.
I'm in bewilderment. That's really what's going on.
So,
Well,
so,
but, you know,
so,
here's something to keep in mind. You got your citizens watching this thing, if they are, or
right,
they looked at, they got a copy of the budget and they hear
right,
1.3 something million for a bar screen, and then they look in here and say, well, hell, it says here just 750,000.
right.
What's the
It's not
deal?
the same. Yeah.
Why is it
Yeah.
different?
And mayor and council, I realized you guys always wanted to know what's the balance. You notice the difference between what I presented to you based on everything I knew at that time versus what you're seeing now. Now you know how much unknown in my mind when I was preparing the balances. That's why I couldn't tell you, hey, these are really available. And then come to find out, well, wait a minute, maybe they're not available after all. Then that turns out to be I'm giving you inaccurate information,
Right.
correct? I pretty much gave you guys everything that I knew at the time, and look at the difference now from that version versus now, this version. I had no idea the bar screen would have ended up to be $1.3 million. I always counted on $750,000. That was what I was told.
Right,
See-
based on the information that you had. So we have to make sure that that if it has changed, then we need to see why, or, well, I guess you have seen that already, correct? Okay,
I'm just now learning about all of these. I had no idea. I gave you everything that I knew
right,
last week, based on everything that I knew. These are new information. These are news to me right now. I mean, less than 24 hours for Mr. Garcia, actually less than an hour for me.
right. Right.
Okay,
So
that's my dilemma.
yeah, so Susie, this has never been a part of the budget process, correct?
It used to be in the old days when Ms. Butler was the city manager, we used to work with Les Rumbert, Public Works, to come up with different projects and then estimates, and then we factor that in. Used to be, but
Okay,
we've had a lot of changes.
okay, okay. Because I know I have not been privy to the information, so let the record reflect that we would definitely like to make sure that for every budget season, that City of Lamarck's council will have a balance sheet for COs, certificate of obligations, to be a part of the discussion. And that's why I said we're not trying to place blame. I totally agree with Councilman Osteen about saying we need to know. And the citizens deserve to know everything that we have so that we can make intelligent decisions. And I guess the question is, there should be, once we finish this workshop, one budget and everything should match eventually. But that's what, if I'm concerned right now, this is what we're doing. We're scrubbing, we're looking at it, we're helping each other. And let me just be clear, accounting is a practice. Am I right, Susie? Accounting.
But accounting also needs to know all the facts,
Yeah,
all the information. Otherwise, there's no way accounting can give you the information if they don't know it themselves.
exactly. And we need to make sure that every account that we have is known, at least by our city manager and at the bare minimum, the council, so that we can make informed decisions. So thank you for this, because I know it was requested, even though in the past it's that beautiful software that we have for finances, I guess it's not in there, but it sounds like we need to build it into our software, right? So that we can include, because your software is only as good as the information in it.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mayor, for that long diatribe.
You're fine. Mr. Ross?
I would like, just want to look at this a little bit more in depth. See if we have any changes that we need to do.
Absolutely. this will conclude our budget workshop. It will not conclude the work on the budget. That will definitely move forward even into fiscal year 2023, 2024, because the budget is a living and all budgets are living documents. But we do realize that there's still work left to do. We have to allow Mr. Garcia and his staff to put together our thoughts and the consensus of council. And then we have to allow the public an opportunity through public hearing, budget hearing, to make comments as well. I want to thank Mr. Garcia and the staff for this unprecedented budget workshop. We are now at budget workshop number 7. I've never had any more than 5. I think last year was 5. Yes.
No, the year I came in, it was
It was
about
5.
7. It was about 7.
It
It
was,
was
no, okay,
a lot.
it was 5.
Believe me, I
But-
know.
But let me say this, when you're dealing with the people's money, there will be passion, there will be intensity, and there will be questions. And unfortunately, part of the role of a city manager is to as best as possible represent the information and also be the face of all of the angst, worry, and concerns of not only a council, but an entire community. That's part of the nature of the job.
Yes, sir.
And this is your first full budget, Mr. Garcia, as our city manager, where you actually from start to finish ran through the process. And it's not the easiest process in the world, but as you move forward in your career as a city manager, it'll get easier for you. And I think now you know what to expect. Definitely we support you, but when it comes to money, we have to verify. Nothing personal, nothing personal at all. Nothing personal at all. Any departing comments before we go?
Let me ask you something, Mayor, and Susie. Susie, where is there a CO bond report posted? Do we ever put that on our website?
A CO bond report. If you're talking about the state report, we used to. Before, I believe 2021. After that, I think we do that through the state comptroller's office. There was a period of time that I didn't have access to post anything online. So that was when it stopped, and we went through the state comptroller's website to do that.
So let the record reflect that we have not received that report. I've never received it since I've been here. We have someone that's saying that we have rubber stamped it, Mayor, and with that, that we rubber stamped a CO bond report that's posted every year. Let the record reflect. I have not seen that, but looks like we will be seeing that now that we know, right? So thank you, Susie. I just, the one thing that I love about government is that it's ever evolving. And government is what the people make it, and the people demand it, and the people ask questions. So, and as we perfect what we do, we want to do better as the day progresses. But I just received a text. I want to make sure that we respond to that about, because it's funny when people are not sitting in the chair any longer, they have a lot to say. But when they're there, they act like they don't know what to do. So, and we know that we do evolve and people make mistakes, but we want to make sure that everything we do is a teachable moment. And I think this right here and what you said is definitely a teachable moment, so we can make sure that the numbers are correct. And if we have to have 10 budget workshops to make sure that it's right, we'll do that.
Absolutely.
That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Hanson. There's nothing further. We will reconvene with our regularly scheduled council meeting on, I believe, Monday at 6 p.m.
Yes, sir.
I will, before we do that, let's thank those persons associated with this budget workshop, not only Mr. Garcia, but Kyle and Kiera, the rest of the city manager's staff. I believe the Parks Board visited with us as well. Many of our union representatives from police, many via phone by fire have checked in to make sure that we're all on the same page. We thank everybody for their efforts. And for many of our citizens that have come to all 7 budget workshops, many of them made as many as they could, but it definitely did not go unnoticed, the support that this city received by your presence, your questions, and your lobbying for things that are important to your neighborhoods, as well as your friends in this community. If there's nothing further, we will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
There's a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. We stand adjourned until Monday.